Chapter 1645 Fighting the Monster King Again. Chapter 1645 Fighting the Monster King Again. Haha. My first position is not something that be taken away from me easily. Even an inverse cultivator like him will not be able to do it. The Monster King laughed gloomily, and he entered the fighting space instantly. The Monster King has gone in. This is going to be interesting. No wonder how strong Jian Wushuang is. He is still slightly inferior compared to the Monster King. Many real gods within the wrestling ring were chatting with one another. Within the fighting space, the Monster King had already come in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, do you have the guts to fight me next? The Monster King laughed evilly. Why not? Jian Wushuang was not afraid in the slightest. Great. When you bet a match with me back then, our stakes were 20 years of training time. Should it be the same this time round? The Monster King said. I only have 10 years of training time in the Fairy Palace. For the remaining 10 years, I will offer you 1,000 years of training time in the Thunderbolt Island, as well as 100 Doctrine Gems as replacement, Jian Wushuang said. No problem, the Monster King nodded his head. I heard that you defeated real God Xianfeng with your space-time doctrine. From this, it means that your level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine has already reached the level necessary to clear the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace? That's right, Jian Wushuang admitted. Read more chapter on VIP novel. You also know that what I am most proficient in is the space-time doctrine. Since that is the case, let's see whose level of comprehension is higher. The Monster King laughed strangely, and his body flashed abruptly. With the flash, he had already disappeared. Swoosh! The void behind Jian Wushuang was broken open, and the Monster King stepped out of it. The gloomy, cold dagger in his hands then headed toward Jian Wushuang's head. When Jian Wushuang had fought with the Monster King 2,000 years ago, the Monster King had used the same attack, and Jian Wushuang was unable to block it. However, this time round, swish! The pitch-black dagger, which was emitting an infinite amount of gloom and a cold aura, pierced through Jian Wushuang's head directly. However, no blood was seen. A fragmentary shadow. The Monster King raised his eyebrows. I will not fall for the same move twice. Moreover, I will not be defeated by the same opponent twice. Jian Wushuang's ice-cold voice could be heard from a void by the side. At the same time, an ice-cold sword shadow had already cut open the void and was heading toward the Monster King. The Monster King moved sideways, and the sword shadow brushed past his body. However, at that very moment, Jian Wushuang dashed forward fiercely. Boom! His speed, that had caused even real God Xianfeng to tremble with fear, was unleashed. Ha! I really want to see whose speed is faster. The Monster King grinned hideously, and his body moved as well. Swoosh! 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 The two shadows were shuttling back and forth within the fighting space. While they were moving, they also left behind strange, fragmentary shadows, which caused everyone to be dazzled. Outside the fighting space. So fast! Both of their speeds are fast. Where are the both of them? Many real gods were watching with great concentration. However, all of a sudden a thunder-like sound could be heard, and those real gods looked toward the source of the sound immediately. However, they only saw that a part of the void that had burst apart completely. Moreover, even though that part of the void had just burst apart, another part of the void, which was 1,000 miles away, had twisted open as well. At the same time, a sword shadow appeared and split the universe into 2 halves. Another explosive sound could be heard. However, this time around, the sound came from the edge of the fighting space. Speed. This was a duel in terms of speed. Ha! Jian Wushuang, after not seeing you for 2,000 years, your level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine has indeed risen by quite a lot. However, it's a pity that this kind of speed is still not enough. The Monster King's voice could be heard. However, the people outside the fighting space had absolutely no idea where the Monster King was. Is that so? Jian Wushuang grinned. He then stopped hiding his power of space-time and unleashed it completely. It should be known that the power of space-time that Jian Wushuang had unleashed from the start until then was only at the standard that had just cleared the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace. However, at that very moment, he had gone all out with his power of space-time, which was already extremely near to clearing the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. Boom! Jian Wushuang moved around crazily like a shooting star, and his speed was at least 3 times faster than before. What? The Monster King's expression changed slightly. His eyes then turned grave straight away as he realized that the speed that Jian Wushuang had just displayed was actually slightly faster than him. Puff! Jian Wushuang's body appeared, and he swung the Blood Mountain sword on his hand straight away. Swish! 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 A total of 10 strokes were swung out in an instant. Every stroke was so fast that it was unbelievable, and they were just like shooting stars. The Monster King's eyes turned cold. At the next moment, a great amount of purple thunderbolts rose from his body and spread across the surrounding with a shocking speed. The purple thunderbolts contained extremely violent power. In just an instant, they had covered the whole fighting space and changed it into a vast purple thunder pond. As for the dagger on the Monster King's hands, it was accumulating a great amount of thunderbolt power. He then attacked with the dagger. Clang! 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 Many loud sounds could be heard. The Monster King had already unleashed his full power. However, after tens of clashes, his body could no longer take it, and he was sent flying by the impact. How is this possible? The Monster King's face was filled with fear. I actually lost in a clash of power. The Monster King was totally unable to believe what had happened. He had comprehended 2 heaven ways at the same time, namely the space-time doctrine and the sacred thunder doctrine. Moreover, the sacred thunder doctrine was the same as the extermination doctrine of the Supreme Four doctrine, which focused mainly on attack power. His comprehension of the sacred thunder doctrine had already achieved the standards to clear the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace as well. Under such circumstances, when his attack, which contained the full power of the Sacred Thunder Doctrine, clashed with Jian Wushuang's sword principles, the end result was actually him being sent flying. This is the Thunderbolt Island, and our divine power is the same. Even if he is an inverse cultivator, he should only be able to unleash the divine power at the level of a normal void real god as well. However, in a head-on clash in terms of power, he actually pushed me back? Could it be his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine has also achieved the standard necessary to clear the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace, and it might even be at a higher level? As the Monster King thought about that, his whole face was filled with astonishment. He knew that Jian Wushuang had comprehended the space-time doctrine and reincarnation doctrine at the same time. In terms of power, the reincarnation doctrine was slightly inferior to the extermination doctrine and the sacred thunder doctrine, whose main focuses were on attack power. However, Jian Wushuang had still sent him flying, and this could only mean that Jian Wushuang's level of comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine was higher than his level of comprehension of the sacred thunder doctrine. Since his speed is slightly faster than mine, his level of comprehension should be at a higher level than mine. But now, even his level of comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine is this high? The Monster King had already started to feel anxious. As for Jian Wushuang, he had already unleashed his speed completely, and he was using his sword principles repeatedly. With such speed, the Monster King could only rely on some of his own techniques to sustain himself with difficulty. He even relied on his comprehension of the space-time doctrine to shuttle back and forth within the fighting space. With this, he avoided Jian Wushuang completely, and it was obvious that he wanted to play hide-and-seek with Jian Wushuang. He would hide, and Jian Wushuang would chase after him. Chapter 1646, the 5th level. Chapter 1646, the 5th level. This Monster King. Jian Wushuang held his sword with one hand, unleashed his speed, and chased the Monster King continuously as he wanted to kill him. However, although the Monster King's speed was inferior to Jian Wushuang, he could still use the power of space-time to move around in the void to dodge the attack. Hence, Jian Wushuang was unable to do anything to him for a period of time. In no time, both their bodies stopped moving. Jian Wushuang, I admit that your current abilities are not weaker than mine. Thus, it's pointless for us to continue fighting as we will not reach an outcome. As such, let us call it a day here, the Monster King said. Call it a day? You wish. Jian Wushuang laughed coldly. Do you think that by relying on some of the different ways of using the power of space-time to avoid fighting with me head-on, I would be unable to do anything to you? Don't forget that I have yet to use my martial art motion at all. Martial art motion? The Monster King was shocked. He remembered at once that back then, when Jian Wushuang had fought with him, he had unleashed a martial art motion. Moreover, that martial art motion was extremely strange, and it could create hundreds of shadows at the same time. At that very moment, when Jian Wushuang fought with him, he had indeed not used it yet. Monster King, just admit your defeat earnestly. Jian Wushuang's voice reverberated through the area. When his body moved fiercely, close to 100 shadows appeared immediately. Similarly, there were close to 100 shadows. However, when Jian Wushuang unleashed that move at that very moment, it was completely different from before. Previously, his comprehension of the space-time doctrine had only had the right to clear the third level of the Doctrine Palace. However, at that moment, he was extremely close to the fifth level. Furthermore, that martial art motion secret skill of his was closely linked to his comprehension of the space-time doctrine. Many shadows could be seen moving around in the void, and their speeds were extremely fast. Just like before, the Monster King wanted to rely on his power of space-time to deal with Jian Wushuang. However, this time around, puff! A sword light appeared beside the Monster King straight away, and there was no way for him to dodge the attack. Therefore, he could only choose to fight with Jian Wushuang head-on. However, as soon as he clashed with Jian Wushuang head-on, he would definitely be completely suppressed. Damn it! The Monster King gritted his teeth, and he had an extremely ugly expression. However, his situation became worse by the second, and finally, Jian Wushuang's sword struck his head. Buzz, the fighting space, quietened down. Monster King, thank you very much for your 20 years of training time. Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently. The Monster King had a gloomy expression. At the same time, his eyes were glowing with a cold light, and he was filled with dissatisfaction. However, no matter how dissatisfied he was, with so many people looking at the fighting space, he could not go back on his words. Hence, he could only give 20 years of training time to Jian Wushuang earnestly. After that, he gave a cold hum and left. 30 years of training time. As Jian Wushuang looked at the extra numbers on his own token of the Fairy Palace's legacy, he revealed a smile. For the space-time doctrine, he was already extremely close to clearing the fifth level of the Doctrine Palace, and he was confident that he could achieve the standard needed to clear it in 10 years' time. However, at that moment, he had a total of 30 years. This is more than enough, and there is no need for me to continue betting on matches. Jian Wushuang moved his body and headed outside the fighting space immediately. As soon as he walked out of the fighting space, he realized that many eyes were looking at him at once. Those eyes were filled with admiration. This Jian Wushuang has actually defeated the Monster King. He is the person recognized as the number one among the void real gods. Moreover, he has only just made a breakthrough to real God, and it is obvious that there is still huge room for his abilities to improve. It is really not possible to look at an inverse cultivator normally. Even though there were still voices discussing the matter, Jian Wushuang had already left. After leaving the fighting space, Jian Wushuang came before the Fairy Palace again. After that, he entered the space-time fairy palace straight away and began his comprehension. As per what Jian Wushuang expected, he managed to fully comprehend the 15th picture scroll within the space-time fairy palace in less than 10 years. With that, Jian Wushuang's level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine was high enough to clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. By clearing the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace, one would possess the right to live in the Thunderbolt Island permanently. However, to achieve that, I would have to first challenge the Doctrine Palace for real. Jian Wushuang laughed. There's no rush. Let me first grasp the power of the final stage of the Flowing Light secret skill. Moreover, I also have one trump card that I have not touched for many years, and it's time for me to take a look at it. Within the Thunderbolt Island, there are many standalone spaces which were prepared to allow some experts to practice their secret skills. At that moment, within one of the standalone spaces which was in complete darkness, swoosh, 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 an uncountable number of shadows seemed to have flooded the whole standalone space. Moreover, those shadows were moving at high speed, and it was impossible for anyone to use their naked eyes to differentiate the real body which was hiding within the shadows. Puff! All of a sudden, the great number of shadows dissipated, and only Jian Wushuang remained in the whole standalone space. After my comprehension of the space-time doctrine has achieved the standard needed to clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace, I can indeed unleash the power of the final stage of the Flowing Light Phantom. However, I have only just entered the 5th level, and it is still a bit difficult for me to unleash it. Compared to the real God who created this martial art motion, I am probably still very far away. However, when my comprehension of the space-time doctrine reaches the peak of the 5th level, where it is extremely close to the 6th level, I should be comparable to that real God, Jian Wushuang muttered. After having a good grasp of the martial art motion, Jian Wushuang flipped his hands and took out an item. What Jian Wushuang took out was a normal picture scroll that did not seem unusual when seen with naked eyes. The picture scroll was also slightly yellowish in color. For such a kind of picture scroll, even if it were thrown onto the streets, no one would bend down and pick it up. However, Jian Wushuang was certain that such a normal picture scroll was worth so much that countless experts would fight for it madly. It was because of that fact that it was a chaos divine treasure. Mountain River Map. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing brilliantly, and he was looking at the ancient picture scroll which was floating in front of him. The picture scroll was given to him by a master. Moreover, it had also been with him for many years. However, during those years, Jian Wushuang had only used the picture scroll once. That time he had to rely on swallowing the blood that King Luozhen left behind forcefully to unleash the techniques of the picture scroll with difficulty. It was just that one time. As for his master, Xian Yi using the Mountain River Map to refine the grand formation of the enduring samsara later on, that was his master's technique, and it was unrelated to him. There was no choice. The picture scroll's level was too high. Hence, Jian Wushuang absolutely did not have the right to use its power with his abilities. He had never possessed the ability. In other words, although he had an unbelievable treasure, he could only leave it lying in his Qian Kun ring as he was unable to use it. That had always been the case. However, at that moment, it was different. The Mountain River Map is a valuable treasure that is at the level of a chaos divine treasure. Under normal circumstances, only Almighties will be able to unleash the full power of a chaos divine treasure. However, for the current me, I do not need to unleash its full power. It will be enough as long as I am able to unleash a portion of its power. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly. Chapter 1647, Sanctuary Mountain. Chapter 1647, Sanctuary Mountain. As a chaos divine treasure, the Mountain River Map had a high requirement of divine power. A normal real god would be unable to use such a treasure. As an inverse cultivator, Jian Wushuang possessed the ultimate divine power, which was not weaker than a chaotic, real god's divine power. Hence, he could barely use the treasure. The most frightening thing of the mountain river map were the 9 continents that it contained. The 9 continents would change into an earth-shaking 9-province seal. The 9-province seal contained a total of 9 moves. A long time ago, Jian Wushuang had grasped the first move. However, he lacked the divine power necessary to use it. At that very moment, as he possessed the necessary amount of divine power, he could naturally use it. "Let's try it!" Jian Wushuang attempted to use the first move at once. With a wave of his hand, the mountain river map blended into the surrounding void. Buzz, an unusual ray of light appeared, and the void, which was originally in complete darkness, started to change at once. Atop the void, a giant and exceptionally beautiful picture scroll world appeared slowly, and it spread all over the heaven like flowing water. The world contained mountains and rivers. The scenery was beautiful. The most attractive thing was naturally the 9 continents, which were spread all over 9 different corners. The mountains and rivers are as palms, and the 9 provinces as the seal. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing with a shrill light, and he shouted out those words with a pause in between each word. Every word contained a special magical power. At the same time, he released the divine power from his body crazily, and it entered the picture scroll world. In no time, one of the 9 continents became extremely lifelike and came out from the picture scroll world slowly. Rumble. The continent descended completely. It then fell on its frightening weight. With that, the standalone void was torn open completely like paper. In the blink of an eye, the power dissipated and the standalone void quietened down. Only the exceptionally beautiful picture scroll world, which was flowing slowly in the heavens, remained. Jian Wushuang was sitting on the void, and he drew a light breath. As expected of a chaos divine treasure, although I can barely use it with my divine power, I can only unleash 40% of the power of the 9 province seal's first seal. As for my divine power, I have used more than 50% of it, Jian Wushuang gasped. He had only become an ultimate real god recently. Hence, his body only contained 1 ultimate divine power water droplet, and he did not possess enough divine power. By using the eternal divine treasure forcefully, he would deplete a great amount of divine power. However, even though the rate of depletion was shocking, its power did not disappoint him. If I am not wrong, if I were to activate the mountain river map and use the first seal of the 9 province seal with my current divine power, its power would be enough to kill a normal chaotic real god easily. Moreover, even top experts from the chaotic real gods would be unable to block it. If I were to combine it with the secret skill of Star Palace, even if it were experts in the real god ranking list, probably not many of them would be able to block it. Moreover, even if they were able to block it, they would definitely end up in a bad state. In other words, I currently have 2 strongest trump cards. The first one is the secret skill of Star Palace, while the second one is this mountain river map. Moreover, if I were to come across a strong enemy who I cannot block at all, I could use these 2 trump cards at the same time. If I were to go up another stage and become a stage 2 ultimate real god, where my divine power is equivalent to that of a normal almighty, I should be able to unleash the full power of the 9 province seal's first move. Moreover, I might even be able to unleash the second move and third move of the 9 province seal. At that time, I will be able to unleash the true power of this chaos divine treasure. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly, and his eyes were glowing brilliantly. Thunderbolt Island, Doctrine Palace. As the goal of the power of heaven weighs comprehension, the Doctrine Palace had always been lively as experts would come to challenge the Doctrine Palace from time to time. At that very moment, Jian Wushuang had also come before the Doctrine Palace. "Lord Yu Ji," Jian Wushuang greeted a black-robed, middle-aged man who was in front of him. "You are the lineage of Star's Inverse cultivator, Jian Wushuang." The black-robed, middle-aged man's voice was cold. "Why, have you come to challenge the Doctrine Palace as well?" I have come here to give it a try, Jian Wushuang laughed. How many levels do you wish to challenge? The black-robed, middle-aged man asked. I shall start from the 4th level. If it's possible, I also wish to clear the 5th level, Jian Wushuang said bluntly. Oh, then I shall wait and see. The black-robed, middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. You may go in. Jian Wushuang walked toward the Doctrine Palace at once. Although there was only one Doctrine Palace, many people could challenge it at the same time. Jian Wushuang went straight to the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace. The 4th level was within a group of huge volcanoes, and a red-armored shadow was standing on the sky above the group of volcanoes. The red-armored shadow looked toward Jian Wushuang. I can tell that you have been comprehending the reincarnation doctrine and space-time doctrine at the same time. Hence, you can choose to use either the reincarnation doctrine, space-time doctrine, or a combination of both to clear this level. I choose the space-time doctrine, Jian Wushuang laughed. Although he was comprehending 2 heaven ways, only his space-time doctrine could clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. In a split second, Jian Wushuang fought with the red-armored shadow. As it was only the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace, Jian Wushuang cleared it easily without using a lot of energy. After that, he came to the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. Outside the Doctrine Palace sat the black-robed, middle-aged man. He was the person in charge of the Doctrine Palace. Hence, he knew everything that was happening within the Doctrine Palace clearly. Yes, that Jian Wushuang has really cleared the 5th level. The black-robed, middle-aged man was surprised. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang walked out from the Doctrine Palace. Little kid, you are not too bad. Even though you have only become a real god recently, you have cleared the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. Looking at these abilities of yours, there probably isn't a second void real god who is superior to you in the Sanctuary Alliance. The black-robed, middle-aged man giggled. Since you have cleared the 5th level, according to the rules of the Thunderbolt Island, you now possess the right to stay in the Thunderbolt Island permanently, and I will let the person in charge of the Sanctuary Mountain know about this matter. Now, you can go to the Sanctuary Mountain and choose a place to build your own palace or cave. After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened up immediately. The right to stay in the Thunderbolt Island permanently was something that could make many eternal real gods, as well as a few chaotic real gods, extremely envious. Furthermore, at that very moment, Jian Wushuang possessed this right after having become a real god recently. Jian Wushuang headed to the Sanctuary Mountain right away. The Sanctuary Mountain was in the northern region of the Thunderbolt Island, and it was extremely huge. Upon arriving at the Sanctuary Mountain, Jian Wushuang looked at the enormous mountain range in front of him. At the same time, he also saw many different kinds of palaces, caves, and courtyards on the mountain range, and there were many of them. Moreover, those structures and buildings were well distributed. Most of them were either at the foot of a mountain or halfway up a mountain. As for palaces at the top of the mountain, there were very few of them. The people living at the top of the mountains of the Sanctuary Mountain should be almighties. The foot of the mountains and halfway up the mountains should be places where real gods live. Jian Wushuang laughed nonchalantly, and in no time he found a place. Chapter 1648. 1648 The Right to Stay Permanently. 1648 The Right to Stay Permanently. This place it shall be. As Jian Wushuang looked at a spacious area which was halfway up a mountain, he waved his big hands immediately. With that, a great amount of divine power appeared. The divine power then turned into a black castle in the open area. By achieving abilities similar to Jian Wushuang, one would be able to use their divine power to create a palace or cave easily. However, as Jian Wushuang was creating his castle, he also attracted the attention of the masters of some palaces in his vicinity. Looks like I will have another new neighbor. I wonder who he is? A long-robed old man floated over, and in no time he came to the void that Jian Wushuang was in. At the same time, he also saw Jian Wushuang. "Avoid real God!" The long-robed old man revealed a surprised expression right away. Although Jian Wushuang's divine power could rival that of a chaotic real god's, he was still a stage 1 real god in the end. Thus, the aura that he had released was only at the level of a void real god, and the long-robed old man could tell with a glance straight away. "I am Jian Wushuang from the lineage of Star. Greetings to real god Wu Xing," Jian Wushuang said modestly. "Jian Wushuang, the inverse cultivator of the lineage of Star?" The long-robed old man known as real god Wu Xing opened his eyes wide. You are actually creating a palace in the sanctuary mountain. Could it be that you have already cleared the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace?" I was just fortunate," Jian Wushuang chuckled. "You have really cleared it." Real god Wu Xing felt that it was unbelievable. He knew that Jian Wushuang had only cleared the inverse cultivation test for the 3rd heaven not too long ago. Moreover, after fighting with the experts of the 4-symbol mansion in the Burning Demon region, he became extremely famous, and even his identity as an inverse cultivator was exposed. However, the abilities that Jian Wushuang displayed during the battle in the Burning Demon region were merely that of a normal eternal real god. Similarly, his level of comprehension of the Heaven Way was not very high. Furthermore, how many years has it been since that battle? Not only had he made a breakthrough to real God, he had also cleared the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. How shocking was his speed of improvement! Real God Wu Xing, do you want to have a chat with me in my castle? Jian Wushuang questioned. It's fine. Real God Wu Xing shook his head, and in the blink of an eye he left. Not long after that, real God Wu Xing spread the news of Jian Wushuang creating a castle in the Sanctuary Mountain and that he had also cleared the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. In no time, the whole Thunderbolt Island and even the whole Sanctuary Alliance was shocked. It must be known that up till the very moment, the Monster King, who was previously known as the number 1 of the Void Real Gods, had only managed to clear the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace, even though he had been stuck in Void Real God for many years. What about Jian Wushuang? He had only made a breakthrough not too long ago, and there was still huge room for him to improve as a Void Real God. Not to mention that he would also become an eternal real God and chaotic real God in the future. Too fast. Jian Wushuang's speed of improvement is too fast. He has managed to clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace, even though he has only made a breakthrough to real God not too long ago, and this is really frightening. Could this happen because of him being an inverse cultivator? No. Although inverse cultivators are frightening, they do not have much of an advantage in terms of comprehension of the power of Heaven Way. For Jian Wushuang to be able to clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace after making a breakthrough to real God recently, it is completely thanks to his own power of comprehension, as well as his own talents. In other words, even if Jian Wushuang were not an inverse cultivator, he will still be a monster-level super genius of the eternal chaotic world. By adding his identity as an inverse cultivator on top of that, his potential is a lot greater than real God Wu Bei's. That's right. Although real God Wu Bei is also an inverse cultivator, his comprehension of the power of Heaven Way is not as slick as Jian Wushuang's. The Sanctuary Alliance, the Thunderbolt Island, as well as the experts of powerhouses from everywhere were discussing and exclaiming. Of course, to the Sanctuary Alliance, it was good news to them that such an amazing genius had appeared. However, to other experts or powerhouses who had ulterior motives, it was completely different. At the 4-symbol mansion of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, colored glazed sanctuary, within a lofty palace, the 4-symbol mansion master, as well as many high-level experts of the 4-symbol mansion, were gathered together. The 5th level. The 4-symbol mansion master was the intimidating man who wore a robe. His eyes, which were glowing with a shrill light, were looking down. How long has that Jian Wushuang been training in the Thunderbolt Island? It has not even been 2,000 years, right? It has been less than 5,000 years since the battle between him and the Four-Symbol Mansion. After such a short amount of time, he was able to clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. Moreover, he also made a breakthrough to real God. If he were given a bit more time, wouldn't he become an almighty? Many high-level experts of the Four-Symbol Mansion who were within the palace had extremely ugly expressions. Jian Wushuang's speed of improvement was indeed frightening. Mansion Master. All of a sudden, real God Qi was started to speak. Shouldn't we change the way we treat Jian Wushuang? Qihua, what are you trying to say? The Four-Symbol Mansion Master looked at real God Qihua. Jian Wushuang himself is an inverse cultivator, and his power of comprehension is so great. Now he has managed to clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace, even though he has only just made a breakthrough to real God. Moreover, with the frightening level of an inverse cultivator, he should be able to get into the real God ranking list when he becomes an eternal real God. If he were to become a chaotic real God, he would definitely possess the fighting capabilities of an almighty. Furthermore, he might be even stronger than real God Wu Bei. Hence, there is no need for the Four-Symbol Mansion to continue making things so difficult for him. Real God Qihua said. Qihua, are you trying to say that the Four-Symbol Mansion should stop going after him from now on? Even though he has killed tens of real gods of the Four-Symbol Mansion in the Burning Demon region, we should just leave this matter as it is? An elder stepped out and shot down his suggestion. However, real God Qihua laughed. The hatred between the Four-Symbol Mansion and Jian Wushuang actually originated from the battle in the Burning Demon region. You're right. During that battle, the Four-Symbol Mansion indeed suffered big losses, as many real gods died. However, those real gods were merely some normal void real gods. Since there are so many void real gods in the Four-Symbol Mansion, it would be considered nothing even if a few of them were to die. Thus, the only thing that can be said to be lost is the Four-Symbol Mansion's prestige. The Four-Symbol Mansion has always wanted to kill him so that we can get back our prestige. If Jian Wushuang's speed of improvement were not so fast, we would indeed be able to take action and kill him when there is an opportunity to do so. However, now, not only he has already made a breakthrough to real God, he is also a member of the Sanctuary Alliance. In addition, his potential is unbelievable. If such a person continues to grow, at the very least, he will possess the fighting capabilities of real God Wu Bei when he is at his peak. With some opportunities, he will probably become another Star Palace Master. If his luck is really good, there might even be hope for him to achieve the level of an emperor in the future. Therefore, it is too risky to go after such a top genius unyieldingly in order to get back some prestige. After hearing real God Qihua's words, everyone present became silent. After thinking it through many times, they felt that real God Qihua's words were rational. After all, although Jian Wushuang had offended the Four-Symbol Mansion, it was not at the stage where they had to fight to their last gasp. Chapter 1649. 1649 The Eighth Lair. 1649 The Eighth Lair. Jian Wushuang has too much potential, and it would be great if we could kill him in time. However, if we are unable to kill him, he will become trouble for us in the future. Moreover, there is still the lineage of Star supporting him. Hence, fighting such a genius with such talents to the death for the sake of prestige is indeed not worth it. The Four-Symbol Mansion Master's voice was so loud that it shook the heavens. He then took out a transmission token straight away and sent a message. In no time he got a reply. After getting a reply, the Four-Symbol Mansion Master nodded his head and looked around. I have already negotiated with the lineage of Star. From today on, the Four-Symbol Mansion and the lineage of Star, as well as Jian Wushuang, will keep out of each other's affairs. There is no need for the Four-Symbol Mansion to find trouble for him, and he also does not have a reason to deal with us of his own accord. Mansion Master is wise. Real God Chi was shouted at once. The other experts within the palace also nodded their heads. At the peak of a lofty mountain in the Thunderbolt Island, Jian Wushuang has cleared the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. When the Monster King got wind of the news, his face turned hideous immediately and his eyes were filled with an unprecedented murderous intent. This little kid. The Monster King clenched his fists tightly and he took out a token at the next moment. Jian Wushuang has already cleared the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. His speed of improvement is too fast, and we will need to find a way to get rid of him immediately. If not, he will definitely cause huge trouble for us in the future. Moreover, we should not drag this on for too long. The longer we drag it on for, the stronger his abilities will be. Just as everyone was talking about Jian Wushuang, no one knew that he had already left the Thunderbolt Island. Within the Black Void, an ancient spaceship which came from the outside world was moving forward slowly. Within the spaceship sat Jian Wushuang, and he was communicating with Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang, the 4-symbol mansion master, has sent me a message personally. Although he did not say it bluntly, he managed to get his message across, saying that he no longer wishes to be enemies with the lineage of Star or you, Hall Master Yuan said. Oh, Jian Wushuang was surprised. In any case, the 4-symbol mansion is an overlord of the 10 sanctuaries. Moreover, I have killed 10s of their real gods. However, they actually let me off so easily? Haha. Of course, they do not wish to let you off. However, they had no choice. After all, the talents and potential that you revealed were too shocking, and it caused the 4-symbol mansion to be extremely fearful. When facing you, they had 2 choices. They would fight you to death, and there is a possibility that you might die. Next, it might also be possible for you to grow, and in the future, you might destroy the 4-symbol mansion. In addition, you must know that only 10s of void real gods died, and this was considered nothing to the 4-symbol mansion, apart from damage to their prestige. In order to kill you for prestige, they would risk getting the 4-symbol mansion completely destroyed in the future. Hence, which choice do you think they would pick? Hall Master Yuan laughed. I see. Jian Wushuang could not help but laugh. In the end, abilities were equal to respect. The talents and potential that Jian Wushuang had displayed had already caused the 4-symbol mansion to feel fearful. Hence, the 4-symbol mansion would rather suffer losses than continue fighting with Jian Wushuang. As such, they chose to make up with the lineage of Star. Oh, right. Hall Master Huan, have you prepared the item that I want? Jian Wushuang questioned. I have finished preparations for it, and I will send it over to you later. However, Jian Wushuang, do you really wish to travel in that place? That place is extremely dangerous, Hall Master Yuan questioned. Of course I know that there is a great amount of danger. However, an inverse cultivator can only grow when faced with difficult situations. Training that is too easy and will only waste my talents. Jian Wushuang laughed. Moreover, my current abilities are probably high enough for me to travel there. Since you have made up your mind, I will not stop you. However, you must be really careful, and you must also remember what I have told you previously as well, Hall Master Yuan warned. All right, Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Jian Wushuang rode the spaceship and continued to travel in the sky. 10s of years later, he came before an ancient and big spell. The spell covered a range of hundreds of millions of miles. It was extremely powerful, and it was definitely the greatest spell in the eternal chaotic world. The objective of the big spell was to completely seal up the void that it enclosed. As Jian Wushuang was a member of the Sanctuary Alliance, he could pass through the big spell directly. After passing through, he came to the vast void within the big spell. When Jian Wushuang came to the void, he looked at the scene in front of him with shock. It was a boundless void. However, the center of the void was twisted open completely. Over there was a black hole with a diameter of at least 100 million miles revolving. As the black hole revolved, it moved the surrounding void from time to time, and this generated air currents. These air currents possessed power to destroy the universe, and they could tear the void apart into pieces easily. It was the first time that Jian Wushuang had seen such a big black hole. The feeling that it gave him was that of an unprecedented, ancient, ferocious beast which had opened its large, fierce-looking mouth as if it wanted to swallow the whole universe. Jian Wushuang felt shocked, fearful, and even outraged. This is the entrance to the 8th layer. Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. Previously, he had been training in the Thunderbolt Island. After that, he took a trip to the ancient God Sanctuary. However, for the 2,000 years in the ancient God Sanctuary, he had spent most of his time training. It had been very easy. It would be fine for such an easy training to continue for a period of time. However, if it continued for too long, it would backfire on him. An expert could only be born by training and experiencing hardships. Hence, when Jian Wushuang's abilities achieved a certain level, he decided to travel straight away. As for the place to travel, what he chose was the 8th layer, which was in front of him. In the eternal chaotic world, the most infamous and hence dangerous place was the 8 layers. The 8 layers came into existence a very long time ago. Moreover, they had been known to be dangerous. They had also been ranked in order with the next layer being more dangerous than the previous one. In particular, the danger level of the 8th layer was considered the lowest among the 8 layers. Normally, only chaotic real gods would have the guts to travel there. Of course, there were also eternal real gods as well. However, these eternal real gods would only dare to travel at the outer layer of the 8th layer, and they dared not go deep in. For the 7th layer, no eternal real gods would dare to go there. Instead, only top chaotic real gods, as well as experts on the real god ranking list, would have the guts to travel there. As for the 6th layer, take Lei Chao of the lineage of Star as an example. Previously, he had gone there to travel. However, even to experts in the real god ranking list, there was a high risk of dying in there. As for the 5th layer, as well the 4th layer, 3rd layer, and 2nd layer, which were further in front, only Almighties dared to enter them. As for the 1st layer, it was said that even Emperor-level super experts dared not travel there. It was absolutely a forbidden area in the eternal chaotic world. Chapter 1650, 1650 Star Demon. 1650 Star Demon. The 8th layer was extremely dangerous. Jian Wushuang could only enter the last 8th layer to wander. Let's go in. After a deep breath, Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate and took a huge stride into the black hole in the front. Passing through the obstacles, Jian Wushuang continued to move forward. He spent about half a month's time to reach the other end of the black hole. It was a world of darkness. There wasn't any sunlight nor any light in the world. The dark earth and dark mountain to the river of the world were all black. In the void, black mist filled the air. The black mist brought about a pungent smell that made one sick. This black mist, I heard it is poisonous. If an ordinary void real god stays in this world for a few years, I reckon he will be poisoned to death, while an eternal real god could stay for a long while, 1,000 years at most. Only a chaotic real god could survive in this world, Jian Wushuang said. Of course, his ultimate divine body was also at chaotic real god level. Hence, he would be able to survive there. Jian Wushuang took huge strides and plunged forward slowly. His soul power was released entirely, and he saw everything in his surroundings. Just as Hall Master Yuan had said, the 8th layer is a total den of monsters. Any ordinary flowers and plants won't exist in here. Only in Black Land and Black Mountain, Jian Wushuang muttered. He plunged for more than 100 miles. Every place he passed was in total darkness and barren. Just then, Jian Wushuang was surprised, and he quickly flew downwards to the ground. On the Black Land, Jian Wushuang immediately noticed a strange strength spread from his feet. Even the ground contained the power of corrosion. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and looked at the magical creature before him. The magical creature had a human-sized body. It also had a pair of hands and legs and a head. The only difference from a human was that their bodies were extremely black. There were even places with faint black scales. On their heads, there was no nose but only an eye and a huge mouth. Their mouths revealed crimson, sharp teeth too. This is the Star Demon clan in 8 Lair. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Star Demon clan was the property of the 8th Lairs. In other words, the 8 Lairs were the 8 Lairs of Star Demon clan. There was only one type of living thing in the 8 Lairs. Besides the human experts who came to wander, there was only one other living thing, which was Star Demon clan. Read more chapter on Novel Full. It was a special tribe that embodied terror and destruction in one. It wasn't human, nor was it an exotic beast. It belonged to magical creatures. The main purpose of the human experts who came to wander in the 8 Lair was to exterminate these magical creatures. On the Star Demon's head, there isn't any horn. It should have yet to turn into an adult, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Before he departed, he asked Hall Master Yuan for information about Star Demon. He knew that Star Demon grew up at a shocking speed, while an adult Star Demon was extremely powerful. One could tell they were adults from their body structure. As long as they were adult Star Demons, there would be horns on their heads, and the number of horns varied while their power varied too. Just when Jian Wushuang appeared on the Black Land, the Star Demon noticed Jian Wushuang. There was immediately crimson in its eyes. Cultivator, eat, eat. Simple and immature words fell from its mouth. Then there was black flowing light that burst out instantly. The speed was much faster than an ordinary void real god. Of course, the speed was nothing before Jian Wushuang. Humph! Jian Wushuang harumphed coldly, but never drew out his sword. He merely glanced at the Star Demon once. Eat, eat. The Star Demon continued to mutter, but its eyes closed slowly as his body fell on the ground. Then it wasn't breathing anymore. Star Demon was also a living thing. Although they weren't intelligent, they had consciousness. As they had consciousness, Jian Wushuang's soul attack could be put to use. Star Demons who have yet to turn into an adult, their power is really weak, Jian Wushuang said to himself. He could tell that the Star Demon before him, although it exploded at a speed faster than an ordinary void real god, its power was only equal to a peak universe god at most. Only when Star Demon turned into an adult and grew horns on its head, its fighting power would only then be compared favorably with a human void real god. Jian Wushuang took a stride forward and came before the dead body of the Star Demon. He stole a glance at the dead body. Jian Wushuang quivered his hand, and the Star Demon immediately turned into crimson fog, while the crimson fog displayed a creepy black that gave people the chill down one's spine. No demon spirit? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows slightly. Star Demon was a kind of magical creature. In Eternal Chaotic World, it was known as the biggest alternative. As a magical creature, its body contained an extremely unique substance, which was the demon spirit. The demon spirit was an extremely unique power. To human cultivators, it was extremely useful. The stronger the Star Demon's power, the more and the purer the demon spirit it contained. Especially those who were adult Star Demon with horns, the demon spirits in their bodies already formed a demon core. The demon core was precious. In Eternal Chaotic World, a low-grade demon core would be valued at 2 to 3 doctrine gems. Then the Star Demon that Jian Wushuang had killed was obviously a Star Demon who was nurtured not long ago. There wasn't any demon spirit in its body. Jian Wushuang couldn't do anything about it either. Then he continued his journey again and plunged forward. The 8th lair was really huge. Even when it was compared to humans' cultivation sanctuaries, the size was vastly different. In a huge lair, there were star demons all over the place. There were star demons everywhere. Some appeared alone and some appeared in a group. The star demons shared the same character. They liked to eat. Even between star demons themselves, they often ate one another. After a star demon ate another star demon, it received the other's demon core or demon spirit. In turn, its power would increase. Of course, their favorite food was human cultivators. Hence, in the 8th layer, as soon as the star demons saw human cultivators, they would swarm over, but didn't care how strong the human was. Even when they saw the human cultivator kill all of its own kind surrounding it, it wouldn't retreat or escape. Chapter 1651. 1651 Inner Layer. 1651 Inner Layer. The wasteland was covered in darkness, and no light could be seen. Jian Wushuang had been traveling forward. At that moment, he was in the outer layer of the 8th layer. The outer layer contained very few star demons, and their levels were not very high. Hence, it was suitable for eternal real gods to travel through. As for chaotic real gods, they would normally go straight to the inner layer of the 8th layer to travel. As for the top chaotic real gods, most of them would travel to the core area of the 8th layer. I have just come to the 8th layer, and I have also just come into contact with a star demon. It is still a bit difficult for me to travel in the core. However, it is all right for me to travel in the inner layer. Jian Wushuang had already made up his mind. Comparing fighting capabilities, he was stronger than a normal chaotic real god. Jian Wushuang traveled at a fast speed. Along the way, he came across some star demons. However, most of the star demons were the kind which had not grown up yet, and Jian Wushuang was not interested in them. As such, he did not attack them. Instead, he made the best use of his time to continue traveling. Half a month later, he arrived at the inner layer of the 8th layer for real. In the inner layer, the star demons are probably more powerful. Moreover, they are also slightly more concentrated in number compared to the outer layer where there are only 1 or 2 star demons together, Jian Wushuang murmured. All of a sudden, boom! Intense booming sounds could be heard from a distant black void. The booming sounds went on continuously, and it was obvious that they were being generated from an intense battle. In the 8th layer, apart from the star demons, there can only be human cultivators. Hence, this intense battle should be between human cultivators and star demons. Jian Wushuang was interested. Let me go and take a look. Jian Wushuang headed toward the source of the sound at once. In no time, he appeared in a void that was near the battlefield. While standing on top of the void, Jian Wushuang looked at the black open space in front of him. Even though the void was in total darkness, Jian Wushuang could still see everything that was happening on the open space clearly. Eat, eat, cultivator, food. There were close to 100 star demons gathered together. Most of the star demons had not grown up yet. However, there were horns on the heads of some of them. Although their level of intelligence was lower, their abilities were extremely shocking. In particular, those star demons with horns had frightening speed which could be compared to a normal eternal real gods. Moreover, in terms of fighting capabilities, they could compete with top void real gods. As for the person fighting against the star demons, he was a middle-aged man who wore black armor and a helmet and was holding a black giant axe on his hands. The middle-aged man had an imposing aura and a huge amount of divine power. While besieged by close to 100 star demons, he was still able to deal with them skillfully. When his body did a simple movement, it was as if he had swept past many black rays of light, and the star demons with horns could only follow behind him. He then swung his giant axe randomly. Every stroke could kill tens of immature star demons easily. A massacre. It was a one-sided massacre. Although there were many star demons, their abilities were not strong. Hence, when they faced off against a chaotic real god, there was indeed only room for them to be massacred. Jian Wushuang could also tell with a glance that the black-armored, middle-aged man planned to kill off all those immature star demons first before dealing with star demons that had horns. Those immature star demons only possess fighting capabilities of a top universe god. Thus, it would be easy for a real god to kill them. After a short while, those star demons would all be killed by him, Jian Wushuang murmured. However, his eyes did not contain any sympathy at all. The star demons were a special clan which existed for the purpose of massacre and destruction. Their existence had always been a disaster. Everyone could remember the time where the eternal chaotic world was plunged into a disaster due to the star demon clan. That was a long time ago. The star demons in the 8 layers had been multiplying in number and growing continuously. When their numbers reached a certain level, the space of the 8 stars became too small for them. As such, many star demons came out of the 8 layers and started to eat continuously, destroying many territories and cultivators in the process. After that, they continued to multiply, and their numbers became even more shocking. At that point in time, countless experts in the eternal chaotic world became afraid of them. In order to stop the star demons, the almighties of the 10 sanctuaries formed the Sanctuary Alliance. In other words, the Sanctuary Alliance was born due to the threat of the Star Demon clan. After that, there was an unprecedentedly great battle between the Sanctuary Alliance and the Star Demon clan. Although many experts fell, the Sanctuary Alliance still won in the end with a decisive victory. With that, the Star Demon clan was chased back into the 8 layers. However, since the Star Demon clan was born inside the 8 layers, as long as the 8 layers continued to exist, the Star Demon clan would continue to multiply. However, every layer of the 8 layers was of Leviathan level. Thus, even if Emperor-level experts of the Sanctuary Alliance were to attack personally, they would be unable to destroy the layers. With that, they would naturally be unable to destroy the Star Demon clan completely. At most, they could only use some powerful spells and seals to seal up the 8 layers completely. Moreover, the Sanctuary Alliance also highly encouraged many experts to travel within the 8 layers to massacre the star demons. After all, they could only kill the newly born star demons, as well as immature star demons, to prevent the Star Demon clan from ever posing a threat to the human being's sanctuary again. Jian Wushuang already knew about it. As such, when he saw the black-armored, middle-aged man in front of him going on a killing spree, he did not feel disgusted about his actions in the slightest. Therefore, the star demons which were born for the sake of destruction were killed before they were able to grow up. A massacre by a chaotic real god expert was done with shocking speed. Within a short while, all the star demons, including those matured star demons with horns, were killed by the black-armored middle-aged man. At the same time, the black-armored middle-aged man also obtained many demon spirits, as well as a few demon cores from the star demons. After keeping the demon spirits and demon cores, the black-armored middle-aged man looked toward Jian Wushuang. After observing for so long, isn't it about time for you to show yourself? The black-armored middle-aged man spoke, and his voice could be heard. Jian Wushuang could not help laughing, and he walked over without hesitation. "Real God Kenyang!" Jian Wushuang shouted, and his face was filled with kindness. Jian Wushuang had stayed in the Thunderbolt Island for many years. Therefore, he had also searched for some information intentionally. With that, he possessed definite information regarding the Sanctuary Alliance, as well as definite information of many real gods in the eternal chaotic world. For example, he could recognize the black-armored, middle-aged man in front of him with a glance. He was real God Kenyang, a chaotic real god within the Sanctuary Alliance who traveled by himself. Avoid real God. Real God Kenyang squinted his eyes slightly. You are Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1652. 1652. The Purpose of Demon Spiri. 1652. The Purpose of Demon Spiri. It's me, Jian Wushuang nodded. Humph! A void real god dares to wander in the 8th layer and come into the inner layer. You really have guts. Real God Kinyong harumphed coldly, and there was a flash of a strange light in his eyes. He thought to himself, "This Jian Wushuang, although he is only a void real god, he is the most outstanding disciple of lineage of star, and he is an inverse cultivator. Under normal circumstances, a top genius like him definitely received many opportunities, and he definitely has quite a bit of possession. He might have more than a chaotic real god. If I were to kill him here—" Real God Kinyong thought and immediately shook his head. Jian Wushuang isn't an idiot. He dared to come to wander in 8th lair, so he definitely has a backer. Forget about the fact if I could kill him. Even if I were to be lucky enough to kill him, the void that I'm in isn't cut off from the outside world. He could totally send out a message before he dies and have lineage of star take revenge on his behalf. I am merely a solo chaotic real god. If I were to really be watched by lineage of star, it would be difficult for me to move around Sanctuary Alliance and even the entire eternal chaotic world. Forget about it. Real God Kinyong made a decision in his mind. Young man, the 8th lair isn't like any other place. You are only a void real god. I hope you can stay alive for a while, Real God Kinyong said, and then he turned to leave. Jian Wushuang stood there as he watched Real God Kinyong leave, but he squinted his eyes slightly. If I'm not mistaken, Real God Kinyong should have had the idea of killing me before. But in the end, he gave up the idea, Jian Wushuang muttered. The change of Real God Kinyang's expression earlier, although it was greatly concealed, Jian Wushuang's soul power was spread out at all times and engulfed Real God Kinyong within. He could even see Real God Kinyong change his expression a slight bit. He naturally noticed Real God Kinyang's glimpse of murderous intention. He should be worried about the lineage of star that is backing me up. He was worried that he couldn't kill me there and then. He was also worried that I would send out a message before I die. After all, the void around here isn't cut off from the outside world. He could only give up the idea. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. The 8th lair was a special space. In most places, space and the outside world could keep in contact and they could send messages to one another. However, there were also many spaces that were cut off from the outside world. There was an area in the space that couldn't send out any messages. The place that Jian Wushuang was at then belonged to the former. It seems that Hall Master Yuan is right. When I am wandering in the 8th lair, not only must I be careful of the Star Demon clan and some natural danger, but I also must be careful of other experts who are wandering in the lair, Jian Wushuang said to himself. On the way to the 8th lair, Hall Master Yuan exhorted him about this. Sanctuary Alliance looked like an entire entity, but after all it was united by huge forces and solo experts. The internal power of Sanctuary Alliance was complicated and they were in a constant fight. War and massacre between themselves were very common. They naturally weren't of one mind. Even when they were in the 8th lair, the experts in Sanctuary Alliance would fight and scheme against one another. As long as there was interest, they would massacre and fight. About that, the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance could do nothing about it, but gave free rein. I am the most outstanding disciple of lineage of star, and I am an inverse cultivator. I must have received many opportunities. The experts in Sanctuary Alliance definitely know that, and it is inevitable that they will have wicked ideas. Jian Wushuang lifted the corner of his lips, but his gaze grew cold. Regardless, I'll do what I need to do. I do not find trouble with others, but if there were to be people who dared to make trouble with me, there would be no need for me to be polite. Then, Jian Wushuang didn't continue to stay, but started wandering in the surrounding dark void. In the inner layer of the 8th lair, it was much bigger. The scattering of star demon was more densely populated. Jian Wushuang let out his soul power and wandered in the inner layer. He could find star demons with ease. Die! Jian Wushuang's soul power formed into a soul storm and covered the dozens of star demons before him. Among the dozens of star demons, there was only one adult star demon with a horn. Faced with Jian Wushuang's soul attack, Only the star demon with a horn among the dozens of star demons withstood it. The other star demons were killed. Just as Jian Wushuang moved, he creepily appeared next to the adult star demon. A sword light swept out, and it cut off the adult star demon's head. Then, Jian Wushuang started searching for demon spirit and demon core. In a short while, "Not bad. I found 9 demon spirit and 1 demon core," Jian Wushuang smiled. "The Star Demon Clan, although they are the only magical creature that knows how to destroy and massacre, the demon spirit in their bodies is an extremely pure strength. The strength is extremely useful to a cultivator." Jian Wushuang spread his hand, and there were 9 extremely pure, unique currents. The 9 currents were the 9 demon spirits. Besides, he also had a black crystal. The crystal was a magic core. In the magic core, there was a vast and pure strength. The demon spirit and the strength in the demon core are so pure. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but compliment. He could feel it clearly that demon spirits were an extremely high-end strength with no impurity. Such strength was put before him, and Jian Wushuang had the idea to swallow and absorb it. "Let's give it a try." Jian Wushuang took in the first demon spirit into his body without hesitation. He raised the demon spirit, and it was immediately absorbed into his divine body. What's going on? Why can't I feel anything?" Jian Wushuang was shocked. With confusion, he continued to absorb the second demon spirit, the third demon spirit, and the remaining 8 demon spirits altogether. He took in 9 demon spirits in one, but Jian Wushuang didn't feel any difference in his divine body. That's not right." Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. "There's nothing different with my divine body, but my divine power, it seems to have improved." "Yes, it improved. My ultimate divine power feels like much more than before." Jian Wushuang's eyes twinkled with joy. I understand now. This demon spirit is absorbed and transformed into a cultivator's divine power. The speed of transformation is extremely fast. In other words, as long as one can absorb a large number of demon spirits, the divine power in cultivator's body will increase tremendously. There isn't a need to accumulate divine power through cultivation. Then, Jian Wushuang was filled with excitement. Chapter 1653. 1653 Jian Wushuang's Frenzy of Delight. 1653 Jian Wushuang's Frenzy of Delight. Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed brilliantly like never before, and he was also extremely delighted. After that, Jian Wushuang looked at the demon core. Read more chapter on novel full. The demon core contained extremely pure power which was similar to the demon spirit. However, the demon core contained more power compared to the demon spirit. I really wish that was the case. Jian Wushuang suppressed his excitement forcefully and started to absorb the power within the demon core. His speed of absorption was very fast, like before. After a short while, the demon core, which was originally like a gem, had already been reduced to a normal black stone. As for the pure power within the demon core, all of it had been absorbed by Jian Wushuang and changed into divine power. Jian Wushuang could feel very clearly that the ultimate divine power within his body had increased greatly compared to before. Although he still lacked the power to form the second ultimate divine power water droplet, he was already very close to forming it. As expected. With that, Jian Wushuang could no longer suppress the happiness within his heart, and he laughed loudly without any restraint. Delightfulness. This was definitely delight, as it was something that Jian Wushuang had never expected. As such, it could be said to be a delight that he never had before. It should be known that Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator. After making a breakthrough to real God, he became an ultimate real God who possessed an ultimate body and ultimate divine power. At the start, there was only one droplet of ultimate divine power, which was considered very little. As such, Jian Wushuang had to restrict himself when he fought. With that, he had to rely on his own training to accumulate power so that his divine power would increase. From there, he would be able to form the second and third ultimate divine power water droplet. When the 10th ultimate divine power water droplet was formed, he would be able to make a breakthrough to become a stage 2 ultimate real god. That was the condition for an inverse cultivator to make a breakthrough. He only required sufficient divine power and there were no other conditions. In other words, if Jian Wushuang wished to make a breakthrough, he would only need to continue raising his own divine power to form more ultimate divine power water droplets. He was unlike a normal cultivator. For normal cultivators, their divine power had to achieve its limit, and they must also have a certain level of comprehension of the power of Heavenway. In addition, there were also requirements in many other areas, such as unique skills. It was only by fulfilling all these conditions that they could make a breakthrough. However, it was not very easy for one to raise his ultimate divine power, as he would need to accumulate power continuously for many years. Of course, he could also do so with the help of some resources or treasures that helped to raise one's divine power. Discounting the prices of those resources and treasures, the main thing was that they were of little help to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had tried taking some elixirs which raised one's divine power in the Thunderbolt Island. However, after taking 10 of them, which were worth 5 doctrine gems, his divine power had barely increased. A normal treasure is not of much use in helping me raise my ultimate divine power. Previously, I thought that I could only train for many years to accumulate power in order to make a breakthrough. However, now, Jian Wushuang was so excited that his body trembled. He had never expected the demon spirits and demon cores within the Star Demon Clan's bodies to actually have the ability to raise his ultimate divine power greatly. After absorbing only 1 demon core and 9 demon spirits, the ultimate divine power in his body skyrocketed. If he were to obtain a sufficient number of demon cores, his ultimate divine power would definitely increase at an unbelievable speed. Demon cores. I need a large number of demon cores and demon spirits. Jian Wushuang was clenching both his fists tightly. At the next moment, he started to search the area unreservedly. Just like before, he searched for traces of the star demons. Previously, Jian Wushuang did not have strong urges to kill star demons. However, at that very moment, it was completely different. He yearned to find star demons and kill them so that he would be able to obtain the demon spirits and demon cores within their bodies. There's 28 star demons over there. In particular, there are 2 mature one-horned star demons, but the remaining ones are still immature. I will kill all of them. There's only 13 star demons here. However, they are all immature. I do not need to care so much as I will still kill all of them. Great. There's actually more than 80 star demons here. Among them, there are 4 mature one-horned star demons. In addition, there's actually 1 two-horned star demon. This is excellent. Die. Jian Wushuang was massacring the star demons in the inner layer of the 8th layer crazily. His divine power and body were the level of a chaotic real god. Moreover, his comprehension of the power of Heavenway had already reached the level where it could clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. By factoring in his numerous techniques as well, his fighting capabilities could rival a top chaotic real god, and he was also stronger than real god Longqing, who was hired to help him in the Blood Demon Church. With such fighting capabilities, he could travel around the core area of the 8th layer. As for the inner layer, he could go anywhere he wanted. Naturally, it was also easy for him to massacre the star demons in the inner layer. Time passed by, and in a flash, Jian Wushuang had already traveled for a total of 3 years in the inner layer. During the 3 years, although he had covered an enormous distance, it was still considered nothing when it was compared to how big the whole inner layer was. Atop the void, which was in complete darkness, Jian Wushuang, who was clothed in a crimson long robe and carrying a long sword, was flying forward slowly. Occasionally, blasts of cold wind would blow toward him and blow up his robe. However, it was unable to cause his body and mind to be shaken. At the very moment, Jian Wushuang was playing with his Qian Kuan ring and muttering to himself, "Although there are more star demons in the inner layer than the outer layer, they're not everywhere in the inner layer. For the past 3 years, I have been searching extremely hard for the traces of the star demons so that I can massacre them. However, even with this, I only obtained a few demon cores and demon spirits." Although he had massacred a huge number of star demons over the past 3 days, most of them were immature star demons. Hence, not many of them possessed demon spirits, and there were even fewer demon cores. He was not in a rush to absorb the demon spirits and demon cores. As such, he put them within his Qian Kuan ring. Jian Wushuang had just done a thorough check of his inventory. At that very moment, his Qian Kuan ring contained 361 demon spirits, as well as 19 demon cores. Among the demon cores, there were 2 grade 2 demon cores of 2-horned star demons. The pure power that the demon spirits contained is totally incomparable to the demon cores. Although I have 361 demon spirits, they are merely equivalent to 3 or 4 grade 1 demon cores. By counting it this way, I currently have 22 grade 1 demon cores and 2 grade 2 demon cores, Jian Wushuang murmured. In the eternal chaotic world, a demon core from a 1-horned star demon was worth 2 doctrine gems. A grade 2 demon core was worth about 10 doctrine gems. By counting it this way, Jian Wushuang had profited greatly from the past 3 years. However, Jian Wushuang was not satisfied. After all, his ultimate divine power was a lot more powerful than the normal divine power. Thus, he naturally required a more shocking number of demon cores. Chapter 1654. 1654 3-horned star demon. 1654 3-horned star demon. With just the demon cores that he had obtained so far, Jian Wushuang felt that he could at most be able to form the second ultimate divine power water droplet. If he wanted to form the third ultimate divine power water droplet, he would need more demon cores. I have to continue my massacre and think of a way to get more demon cores. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing with a shrill light. At that moment, Jian Wushuang's expression changed abruptly, and his eyes could not help but look in a direction. At the end of that direction, there was a star demon moving forward slowly within the detection range of Jian Wushuang's soul power. Compared to the other star demons, that star demon was slightly bigger, and its body was more robust. However, what really attracted Jian Wushuang's attention were the 3 horns on that star demon's forehead. A star demon with 3 horns would possess fighting capabilities equivalent to that of a chaotic real god. Moreover, a portion of the body of the 3-horned star demon ahead of him was green in color. Although it was only one portion of its body, it still caused Jian Wushuang's eyes to turn grave. Luckily, this 3-horned star demon has yet to turn green completely. If not, with my current abilities, it would be very difficult to deal with it, Jian Wushuang said. He knew that there were 3 kinds of 3-horned star demons. The first kind was a 3-horned star demon with its body completely black in color. Such a 3-horned star demon would possess fighting capabilities equivalent to that of a normal chaotic real god. The next kind was a 3-horned star demon which was green in color, and it possessed fighting capabilities equivalent to that of a top chaotic real god. The last kind was a 3-horned star demon which was crimson in color, and it possessed fighting capabilities equivalent to that of an expert in the real god ranking list. As for the 3-horned star demon in front of him, its body had a mix of both black and green colors. Thus, it was obvious that its fighting capabilities had not achieved the level of a top chaotic real god yet. 3-horned star demons are a lot stronger than 2-horned and 1-horned star demons. As such, the demon core in its body definitely possesses a greater amount of pure power. Also, 1 grade 3 demon core is probably comparable to tens of grade 1 demon cores. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing brilliantly. His body moved at once, and he headed toward the three-horned star demon. Atop the dark land, the three-horned star demon, which was emitting a destructive aura, was moving forward slowly. However, all of a sudden, the three-horned star demon, which had been moving forward, became alarmed. With that, it turned its body fiercely, and its scarlet eyes on its head locked on instantly to Jian Wushuang, who was approaching quietly. A human cultivator. Die. A sharp cry could be heard from the three-horned star demon. After that, its body turned into a black lightning instantly and moved straight away. The higher the level of a star demon, the more intelligent it was. For example, immature star demons only knew how to eat. However, when they became a three-horned star demon, they would possess a certain level of intelligence. I have been discovered. Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised. He had concealed his aura intentionally and approached the three-horned star demon quietly. However, he did not expect the three-horned star demon to be so vigilant. Since I cannot launch a surprise attack, I shall clash with it head-on. Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed with murderous intent, and his blood mountain sword had already appeared on his hands. In addition, he had also stopped concealing his aura and unleashed it completely. Rumble, a great amount of aura spread toward the three-horned star demon. By holding his sword with one hand, Jian Wushuang became like a big bow, and the blood mountain sword on his hand became an arrow. With that, he shot his sword like an arrow straight away. Swish! The sword light whistled and ripped open the void in front of him immediately. Die! The three-horned star demon's eyes were scarlet in color. When black light appeared from its body, a great amount of destructive power gathered in its right hand. It then swung its claws with lightning speed. Bam! With a loud sound, Jian Wushuang was sent flying at once. What a strong power! It feels like it is considerably stronger than a normal chaotic real god. Jian Wushuang was shocked. However, at that moment, the three-horned star demon changed into a black shadow, did two simple leaps on the void, and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang again. Its sharp claws then attacked fiercely again. It is also very fast. Jian Wushuang's expression turned grave. His blood mountain sword on his hands then gave a cry and attacked immediately. Boom! Their attacks clashed, and after that, they began to fight a close-quarters battle. While Jian Wushuang was fighting an intense battle with the three-horned star demon, there were two figures moving forward at a void that was not too far away. Among the two of them, one of them was a plump, bald-headed young man, while the other one was a black-robed old man who looked quite arrogant. The two of them had also released their consciousness to search for traces of star demons. They had already searched for 3 consecutive months. However, they had only managed to find a small number of star demons. As such, when they split the demon spirits and demon cores that they had obtained, there were so few of them that it was pathetic. In the end, there are too few star demons in the inner layer, the black-robed, arrogant old man said. There are many star demons in the core region. If you are strong enough, you can be like real God Z and go over there. The plump, bald-headed young man laughed. Humph! Real God Z is a top chaotic real god, and he is not too far away from the real god ranking list. Hence, how can I be compared to him? The black-robed, arrogant old man curled his lips and said, Then stop saying unnecessary things and continue to search. Since we have not been in the inner layer for long, we will naturally not have too many demon cores. However, as time passes by and we continue to accumulate them slowly, we will definitely make some gains in the end, the bald-headed young man said. You're right, the black-robed, arrogant old man nodded his head. However, at that moment, boom, boom, soft booming sounds could be heard from a void that was far away. Even though the sounds were very soft as they came from very far away, the black-robed, arrogant old man and the bald-headed young man were chaotic real gods. Hence, They were naturally able to hear it. "Someone is fighting an intense battle ahead of us." The black-robed, arrogant old man's expression changed. "Let's go and take a look," the bald-headed young man said. The two of them then headed for the source of the sound straight away. Boom, 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 boom. Soft clashing sounds could be heard, and two figures were fighting against each other madly at the black void. Both of them had shocking speed. As they clashed, the impact generated from their clash caused the surrounding void to be torn into pieces. In addition, the ground below them was also in such a tragic state that it was horrible to look at. Whoosh! The sharp claws from the three-horned star demon's right hand ripped open the void and came in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang then retreated and avoided the attack easily. This three-horned star demon is very impressive in both its attacks and speed. Thus, it is slightly stronger than normal chaotic real gods. Even though its attack moves are simple, they are still frightening. At least, if a normal chaotic real god were to fight it, he would probably end up in a tragic state, Jian Wushuang murmured. However, at that moment, the three-horned star demon in front of him opened its fierce-looking mouth. Its fierce-looking mouth was already extremely huge to begin with. However, at that moment, its mouth expanded abruptly, and it looked as though a giant rift had appeared from the black space. The rift then headed toward Jian Wushuang's body. "It actually wants to swallow me in one gulp." Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Chapter 1655 Extermination 1655 Extermination. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's body turned vague, and thousands upon thousands of shadows appeared at the same time. When the three-horned star demon's large and fiercely-looking mouth attacked, it swallowed 10 shadows straight away. After the three-horned star demon chewed a few times, it realized that no physical substance existed. It then became infuriated at once, and from its scarlet eyes, buzz! A giant scarlet light burst forth, just like a scarlet sun, and the universe, which was in complete darkness, was illuminated with a crimson color. After that, the three-horned star demon turned its body, and the scarlet light from its eyes shone on Jian Wushuang's shadows, causing them to dissipate. "What's that?" Jian Wushuang frowned, and his real body was illuminated by the crimson light as well. In no time, an unreasonable power entered his brain and clashed with the soul power inside his sea of consciousness fiercely. At that moment, Jian Wushuang felt some pain from his brain. However, he recovered quickly. Damn it, this star demon actually knows consciousness attacks. Moreover, its consciousness attacks are very powerful. Jian Wushuang was shocked. When the crimson light shone on him, he indeed experienced a powerful consciousness attack which was at the level of a chaotic real god. Although his soul was at the level of an eternal real god, it was fortunate that his soul power was extremely tough and he was able to withstand the consciousness attack. All of a sudden, the three-horned star demon opened its large, fierce-looking mouth again. This time around, its mouth did not head toward Jian Wushuang. Instead, its mouth continued to open up with a shocking speed. In the end, its mouth covered half a void, and it looked just like a giant black hole. Straight away after that, a frightening swallowing force burst forth from its mouth abruptly, and it looked as if the universe had been swallowed. A great amount of dust and broken stones rose from the dark land at once, and they were sucked into the three-horned star demon's mouth. Jian Wushuang stood in the void like before, and he was affected by the frightening swallowing force as well. Even if it were him, he could not withstand the force, and he was about to be sucked into the mouth. What a strong swallowing force! Seems like this three-horned star demon is extremely determined to swallow me. Jian Wushuang's eyes were icy cold. By swallowing me, you might be so full that your stomach explodes. Jian Wushuang gave a cold hum. However, a vast amount of divine power was gathering on the index finger of his right hand crazily. ancient god's fifth finger, get through difficulty. With a cry from Jian Wushuang, his right index finger, which had gathered its maximum amount of power, pointed abruptly. Rumble, a great amount of ancient god power which was mixed with Jian Wushuang's ultimate divine power that could rival that of a chaotic real god, gathered on the void madly. In no time, it was changed into a giant hand. The whole giant hand was pitch black in color, and it was emitting a dim light. The giant hand then stretched outward, and its index finger contained a huge amount of power. This power was extremely special, and it was just like a complete reincarnation. When the index finger of the giant hand was pointed, it headed toward the three-horned star demon's large, fierce-looking mouth. Ever since Jian Wushuang had made a breakthrough to become a six-star ancient god, he could use the get through difficulty finger easily. Moreover, the power that he had unleashed was at its strongest. Boom! Fierce booming sounds, which were accompanied by a shrill and miserable scream, could be heard. At the same time, the huge amount of divine power dissipated quickly as well. The three-horned star demon's body had returned to normal. At that very moment, its hands were covering its enormous mouth, and it looked like it was in extreme pain. Time for me to stop playing with you. While staring at the three-horned star demon in front of him, Jian Wushuang raised his blood mountain sword high up in the air. At the moment when he raised his sword, an overbearing sword essence burst forth as well. Buzz! 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 Crimson shadows gathered on the dark void hastily, and there was a total of 38 sword shadows. That's right. There were 38 shadows. Before Jian Wushuang made a breakthrough, he could only create 16 sword shadows when he used his full power. However, after he made a breakthrough, his level of comprehension of the power of Heaven Way increased greatly. As such, the number of sword shadows that he could create increased to 38. For the 38 crimson sword shadows, every one of them was so powerful that it was suffocating and terrifying. However, at that very moment, the 38 crimson sword shadows were superimposed onto one another perfectly. Rumble. After the 38 crimson sword shadows fused, a huge sword shadow was formed. This huge sword shadow contained an earth-shaking amount of power, and it was extremely close to a stage 3-peak real god unique skill. Myriad waves kill. With a shrill cry from Jian Wushuang, he swung the long sword on his hands down straight away. At the same time, the new sword shadow, which was formed from the 38 crimson sword shadows, also attacked fiercely. At once, the universe shook and all living beings trembled in fear. The three-horned star demon was still in pain, and it had not regained its composure. However, at that very moment, it still managed to sense danger coming its way, and it raised its head. The moment it raised its head, the crimson blood shadow which could cover the whole sky enveloped him completely. Rumble, frightening power burst forth. It was as if the whole universe was welcoming the end of the world. The impact from the attack continued for 2 breaths of time before dissipating completely. Jian Wushuang's body turned vague, and he appeared at the center of the source of the power. There was a badly injured body over there, and it belonged to the three-horned star demon. However, no matter how badly injured the three-horned star demon's body was, the demon core in its body would still be undamaged. The demon core was extremely hard, as it was filled with a large amount of pure power. Even an Almighty's attack would not be able to destroy it. With a wave of Jian Wushuang's hand, a demon core, which was bigger in size than any other demon core, appeared in Jian Wushuang's hands. Moreover, the demon core was not only black in color, it was also mixed with green color. When Jian Wushuang swept his soul power past the demon core, he could sense a great amount of pure power from it. As expected, the pure power that a grade 3 demon core contains is incomparable to even tens of grade 1 demon cores. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with delight. However, at that moment, Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and he saw the two shadows which were approaching him from afar. Jian Wushuang frowned, and he put the grade 3 demon core into his Qian Kuan ring immediately. Although Jian Wushuang's reaction was fast, the scene of him holding a grade 3 demon core was still seen by the two people who were rushing over. "That's a grade 3 demon core." The black-robed, arrogant old man opened his eyes wide. "Yes, it's indeed a grade 3 demon core." The plump, bald-headed young man was shocked. Grade 3 demon cores were rarely seen. At the very least, it was difficult to get them in the inner layer of the 8th layer. After all, there were so few 3-horned star demons in the inner layer to the point that it was pathetic. Not mentioning the luck needed to come across a 3-horned star demon. Even if one were to come across a 3-horned star, a normal chaotic real god would be unable to kill it. Chapter 1656 Greedy. 1656 Greedy. For example, the black-robed, arrogant old man and the plump, bald-headed young man had already traveled many times in the inner layer of the 8th layer. Moreover, they also stayed in the inner layer for quite a long period of time for every trip. However, up till that moment, they had never obtained a grade 3 demon core before. However, at that moment, they saw a grade 3 demon core appearing in front of them, and it was being put into someone else's Qian Kun ring. Avoid real god. This person is the genius Jian Wushuang from the lineage of Star. The two of them recognized Jian Wushuang instantly. Swoosh, swoosh. The two of them stopped at a short distance away from Jian Wushuang, and their eyes started to scan the surroundings. They could tell that an intense battle had just taken place at their location. Moreover, they also see the body of the 3-horned star demon, which was badly damaged. Could Jian Wushuang have killed that 3-horned star demon? The bald-headed young man frowned. He is the only person here. Hence, he must be one who killed it. However, we do not know how he managed to do it. The black-robed, arrogant old man was squinting his eyes. The two of them were a bit late, and they were unable to witness the scene of Jian Wushuang killing the 3-horned star demon. Thus, they questioned the method that Jian Wushuang had used to kill the 3-horned star demon. After all, while Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator with an extremely high level of comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei that was said to be able to clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace, he was still a void real god in the end. Moreover, he was just a void real god who had just made a breakthrough recently. How could a void real god kill a 3-horned star demon that both of them were helpless against? Unless they saw it with their own eyes, they would not believe it, even if they died. A grade 3 demon core. The black-robed, arrogant old man was licking his lips. The higher the level of a demon core, the higher its cost. A grade 1 demon core is worth about 2 doctrine gems. However, a grade 2 demon core is worth about 11 to 12 doctrine gems. As for a grade 3 demon core, I have heard that someone had wanted to trade 100 doctrine gems for a grade 3 demon core. However, no one cared about him. After all, only idiots would use grade 3 demon cores to trade for doctrine gems. As grade 3 demon cores contain a great amount of pure power, if they were used to manufacture elixirs, the elixirs would definitely be able to recover a chaotic real god's divine power fully in a short amount of time. Hence, if the elixirs were used properly, it would be the same as having an extra life. However, it's a pity that the grade 3 demon core has landed in the hands of Jian Wushuang. The bald-headed young man shook his head. Schwelling, have you realized that the space that we are in is completely cut off from the outside world? The black-robed, arrogant old man said abruptly. The bald-headed young man was stunned, and he tried to communicate with the outside world immediately. However, he realized that his message could not be sent out. I see. The bald-headed young man's eyes turned grave, and he looked toward the black-robed, arrogant old man at once. What are you trying to say? What do you think? Why did both of us decide to team up back then? The black-robed, arrogant old man laughed coldly. This Jian Wushuang has obtained a grade 3 demon core. Moreover, he is also the apple of the lineage of stars, as well as a top genius. Therefore he is full of treasures. If we were to kill him, our gains. However, isn't he someone who is able to kill a 3-horned star demon? The bald-headed young man was a bit hesitant. Haha, do you really think that a void real god can kill a 3-horned star demon? The black-robed, arrogant old man sneered. In any case, I don't believe it. Also, even if we are unable to kill him, we can just leave immediately. What can he do to us? You're right. The bald-headed young man nodded his head and made up his mind. Since that's the case, let's do it. I had been waiting for you to say that. The black-robed, arrogant old man's eyes became gloomy and cold. Their simple conversation only lasted for a short while. Moreover, they had set up a seal intentionally during their conversation. As such, Jian Wushuang did not know what they were talking about. Of course, Jian Wushuang realized that something was amiss from their actions. However, he was still not in a rush to leave. Real God Xueling and real God Guing of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. The two of them are normal chaotic real gods. Even if they were to team up, they would not be a threat to me. I really wish to see what the both of them plan to do. Jian Wushuang floating at his position quietly, and he had nothing to fear. At that moment, the black-robed, arrogant old man and the bald-headed young man finally finished their conversation. Their eyes then looked toward Jian Wushuang. Congratulations, Jian Wushuang. You have actually obtained a grade 3 demon core. The black-robed, arrogant old man known as Real God Going laughed. His face was also filled with graciousness. I was just lucky. Jian Wushuang was neither haughty nor humble. What about the two of you? Even though both of you are chaotic real gods, both of you teamed up. Aren't both of you thinking too highly of the star demons in the inner layer? Haha. Both of us just happened to run into each other, and we will split up soon. Real God Going laughed. He then said firmly straight away, Jian Wushuang, I have a presumptuous request, and I hope that you will agree to it. Tell me the request. Jian Wushuang's expression turned cold. I want the grade 3 demon core that you have, and I am willing to use 10 doctrine gems to exchange for it. Deal. Real God Guing said while laughing. 10 doctrine gems? No problem, Jian Wushuang grinned. With a flip of his hands, the grade 3 demon core appeared on his hands. The demon core is here. Real God Guing, you may come over and take it. Without standing on ceremony, Real God Guing headed toward Jian Wushuang immediately. However, at the moment where he appeared in the void, less than 100 meters away from Jian Wushuang, swish! All of a sudden, a brilliant sword light appeared. The sword light was not just dazzling. Under the influence of the power of space-time, it pierced through the void and headed for Real God Guing's head. Humph! I knew that you would do this. Real God Guing was not surprised in the slightest. He then extended his big hands and grabbed the sword light with his strength. The void twisted open, and the sword light that Jian Wushuang unleashed exploded when it was crushed. Jian Wushuang could not help but retreat a few steps, and his laughter was filled with ridicule. If the both of you wish to snatch my grade 3 demon core away from me, just say it openly. There is no need to be so hypocritical. Hypocritical. Coldness and gloominess flashed past Real God Guing's eyes. Xueling, let's attack together and kill this little kid. All right. Real God Xueling, who was at the back, nodded his head, and his powerful aura was unleashed instantly. At that moment, the two chaotic real gods revealed their strongest abilities right away. A giant, ancient black hammer could be seen appearing on Real God Guing's hands. Moreover, the black giant hammer also contained bits of thunderbolt power. After Real God Guing gave a cry, the black giant hammer expanded instantly. Russell, the giant hammer, was accompanied by an infinite amount of thunderbolt power, and it headed toward Jian Wushuang as though a thunder god had descended. As for real god Xueling, he was holding a crimson, long spear tightly. When he swung the long spear, a great amount of divine power appeared, and blood mist, which could cover the whole sky, spilled out instantly. The blood mist then gathered in the void and changed into crimson giant dragons after a short while. There was a total of 9 crimson giant dragons, and they attacked at the same time with shocking power. Chapter 1657. 1657 being killed instead. 1657 being killed instead. Jian Wushuang stood in the dark void. He was staring at the black giant hammer, which contained an infinite amount of thunderbolt power, as well as the 9 crimson giant dragons, which were both aimed at him. He could feel the power that the 2 attacks were releasing clearly. Haha. 2 chaotic real gods have teamed up straight away and used their full power from the get-go. They really think highly of me, Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently. However, a vast amount of divine power containing ancient god power had already risen from his body. Buzz, Jian Wushuang changed into a 100-foot tall ancient god body, and there were 6 stars on the space between his eyebrows. Universal laws. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned imposing, and many ancient god shadows appeared behind him. Similarly, those ancient god shadows were extremely huge. They were standing behind Jian Wushuang, and there were hundreds of them. The shadows were all staring strongly. With a wave of Jian Wushuang's big hands, the ancient god shadows behind him also swung their palms at the same time. Rumble. Hundreds of palm prints attacked at the same time. When a palm print attacked alone, it was not very powerful. However, the key point was that there were many of them. In no time, the hundreds of palm prints clashed with the black giant hammer and the 9 crimson giant dragons. Bam! 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 Fierce booming sounds shook the heavens, and real god Xueling, as well as real god Guing, were completely swallowed up by the palm prints. The 9 crimson giant dragons that real god Xueling unleashed were dissipated by the attack, and real god Guiying's crimson giant hammer attack was repelled. However, at that moment, Jian Wushuang, who was originally standing in his original position, dashed forward fiercely. Thousands upon thousands of shadows burst forth at the same time. Jian Wushuang's body was like a ghost, and he appeared behind real god Guiying in an instant. Real god Guiying's expression changed slightly as he had already sensed Jian Wushuang's body behind him. Jian Wushuang's body was covered with a dark golden light, and he was emitting a great amount of power. With his left hand holding his sword, he raised his right hand slowly, and his index finger pointed toward real god Guiying from afar. When he stuck out his finger, the void collapsed straight away. An ancient pitch-black giant hand, which contained frightening power, appeared out of thin air and attacked real god Guiying fiercely. Although real god Guiying was a chaotic real god, he could not help but feel fearful at that moment. This power. Real god Guiying gritted his teeth, and he raised his black giant hammer, which contained an infinite amount of thunderbolt power again. With a rustling sound, the thunderbolt power shattered the void and everything else into pieces. It then changed into a thunder god hammer and struck the approaching giant finger. Bam! A giant black hole appeared out of thin air. The black hole contained a great amount of thunderbolt power which was dancing in it, and it looked just like a thunder prison. However, in the thunder prison, a ray of black light was glowing even more brilliantly, and by going along real god Guiying's arm, it struck his body directly. Puff! Real god Guiying gave a groan, and his expression turned ghastly pale. Moreover, his body had also retreated quickly. It was only after a long time that he regained his posture. What a great power! Even though I unleashed my strongest move, I was still pushed back. Real god Guiying had already opened his eyes wide, and he was filled with fear. Gu Ying, be careful! A strict cry could be heard. What? Real God Gu Ying's expression changed greatly as he had already seen the ghost-like shadow which had appeared behind him at some point in time. Moreover, the shadow had already swung the long sword on his hands. With that, an icy cold sword light ripped open the void mercilessly and headed for his head. It was too close to him, and its speed was too fast. As such, real God Gu Ying did not have the ability to dodge the attack. Swish! Real God Gu Ying's head was sent flying. Before his consciousness dissipated completely, real God Gu Ying was still filled with disbelief. How can his speed be so fast? He did not know that Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the space-time doctrine had already cleared the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. On top of that, by unleashing his attack with chaotic, real, God-level divine power, he would be more powerful than many of the top chaotic real gods. Since real God Gu Ying did not know about this, Jian Wushuang naturally exceeded his expectations. In just an extremely short period of time, real God Gu Ying, who was filled with murderous intent and who had wanted to kill Jian Wushuang moments ago, was dead. Run. I have to run away quickly. Upon witnessing the death of real God Gu Ying, real God Xueling suppressed his fears and escaped immediately. He had always been far away from Jian Wushuang. Moreover, he was proficient in speed. On top of that, he reacted straight away by unleashing his secret skill to escape. As such, even Jian Wushuang was unable to give chase, and he could only look on as real God Xue Ling's body disappeared. Even though they are merely 2 normal chaotic real gods, they still dared to lay their hands on me. They are really quite gutsy. Jian Wushuang sneered, and he came beside real God Gu Ying's body immediately. With a wave of his hands, he destroyed real God Gu Ying's body. As for real God Gu Ying's treasures and Qian Kun ring, they naturally landed in Jian Wushuang's hands. After Jian Wushuang scanned through real God Gu Ying's Qian Kun ring, he became disappointed. Even though he is a chaotic real god, he only has these few items. Moreover, he has only obtained 6 demon cores. Not to mention, they are all grade 1 demon cores. Jian Wushuang was not interested in the treasures in real God Gu Ying's Qian Kun ring. Although he was a normal chaotic real god, all his items amounted to 1 to 200 doctrine gems. However, Jian Wushuang was not too concerned with that. He was more concerned about the demon cores. It was obvious that 6 grade 1 demon cores were unable to satisfy him. However, it was still considered a gain. After getting real God Gu Ying's Qian Kun ring, by taking into account his demon cores and converting his demon spirits into demon cores, I currently have a total of 28 grade 1 demon cores, 2 grade 2 demon cores, and a grade 3 demon core. With this number of demon cores, I should be able to raise my ultimate divine power by quite a bit. Jian Wushuang could not help but clench his fists. Filled with excitement, Jian Wushuang left the battlefield immediately. In a split second, he opened up a simple cave on a dark mountain and started to absorb the pure power within the demon spirits, as well as demon cores. From the vast void, real God Xueling had been escaping miserably. It was only after running for an hour's time and confirming that Jian Wushuang had stopped chasing him that he stopped. That Jian Wushuang has actually become so strong. Real God Xueling's eyes were still filled with shock. It should be known that when real God Gu Ying and he had decided to lay their hands on Jian Wushuang, they had made nothing of him. They had seen the 3-horned star demon that Jian Wushuang had killed. However, in their eyes, they felt that Jian Wushuang had used some special means such as the famous secret skill of Star Palace of the lineage of Star. In the end, Jian Wushuang was merely a void real god. However, in actual fact, that was obviously not the case. Chapter 1658 1658 3 Droplets 1658 3 Droplets. That Jian Wushuang has definitely killed a 3-horned star demon head-on. Real God Xueling was murmuring, Real God Going and I are genuine, chaotic real gods. When we teamed up, both of us unleashed our full powers right off the bat. However, we were still easily suppressed by Jian Wushuang in the end. Moreover, real God Guing was killed on the spot. Jian Wushuang's abilities. A top chaotic real god. That's right. Jian Wushuang definitely has the fighting capabilities of a top chaotic real god. Moreover, he is also comparable to real God Ziyi of our soaring Heaven King Palace. But he is only a void real god. Real God Xueling's mind was filled with shock, and it was only after a long time that he calmed down. After that, he took out a transmission token and sent a message to the higher-ups of the soaring Heaven King Palace to inform them of the matter. The higher-ups of the soaring Heaven King Palace also replied quickly, "Humph, Jian Wushuang, I admit that you are an unbelievable genius. However, the experts of the soaring Heaven King Palace are not people who you can kill as and when you like." Real God Xueling's eyes were scarlet in color. Inside the cave that Jian Wushuang opened, he had been sitting down with his legs crossed, and he was absorbing the demon spirits and demon cores that he had obtained so far with great concentration. As Jian Wushuang absorbed them, he realized that the pure power within the demon spirits and demon cores was not as simple as he had expected. When he was absorbing the pure power, previously, he had absorbed them forcefully. Although there would not be any side effects in doing so, a considerable amount of pure power would be lost. However, at that very moment, as Jian Wushuang continued to absorb the pure power, he gradually found a new way to absorb the pure power. Although his new method of absorbing the pure power would take a longer period of time, he would not waste any pure power of the demon spirits and demon cores. Time passed by. In a flash, 1 year had passed. During the 1 year, Jian Wushuang had absorbed many of his demon spirits, as well as his grade 1 demon cores completely. With that, the ultimate divine power within his body had increased greatly as well. At that moment, there was a total of 2 ultimate divine power water droplets in his body. This meant that Jian Wushuang's divine power was twice as thick as before. I have finished absorbing all my grade 1 demon cores. Now it's time for the grade 2 demon cores. With a flip of his hands, Jian Wushuang took out 2 grade 2 demon cores. The amount of pure power that a grade 2 demon core contained was many times more than that of a grade 1 demon core. Jian Wushuang then began to absorb the pure power from the grade 2 demon cores. For the 2 grade 2 demon cores, it would require 6 months' time to absorb them both. After the 2 grade 2 demon cores were completely absorbed, half a year had passed. With that, the ultimate divine power in Jian Wushuang's body increased again. However, he was still a step away from forming the 3rd ultimate divine power water droplet. Originally, I thought that the 2nd and 3rd ultimate divine power water droplet were the same as the 1st ultimate divine power water droplet. However, looking at it now, that is not the case. Comparing the level of thickness, the 2nd ultimate divine power water droplet is stronger than the 1st water droplet. As for the 3rd ultimate divine power water droplet, it is thicker than the 2nd water droplet. Thus, it will require me to absorb more pure power, and it will be more difficult for me to form it, Jian Wushuang muttered. However, his eyes were looking at the final demon core on his hands. That demon core was the grade 3 demon core. The grade 3 demon core contains even more pure power, and I hope that it can help me to form the 3rd ultimate divine power water droplet. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. After that, he started to absorb the pure power from within the grade 3 demon core. Not only was it more difficult to absorb a grade 3 demon core compared to a grade 2 demon core, the time taken was also longer. Jian Wushuang took a total of 1 year and 4 months to complete the absorption of the pure power of the grade 3 demon core. After the absorption was complete, the 3rd ultimate divine power water droplet was finally formed in his body. There are 3 droplets now. When Jian Wushuang sensed the 3 ultimate divine power water droplets that were in his body, his eyes glowed brilliantly. It has only been a few years since I came to 8th layer, and I have already managed to raise my abilities greatly by forming the 3rd ultimate divine power water droplet. If I were to continue relying on the pure power within the demon cores, I would probably be able to form the 10th ultimate divine power water droplet in no time. At that time, I will be able to make a breakthrough to stage 2 ultimate real God. With that, my divine power and body will achieve the level of an almighty. Even though my comprehension of the heaven way is slightly lacking, I will still be able to run wild amidst the real gods with just my divine power and body. Read more chapter on novel full. While thinking about that, Jian Wushuang was extremely excited. To everyone else, although the 8th layer was an opportunity, its effectiveness was limited. However, to Jian Wushuang, the 8th layer was a great opportunity. The demon spirits and demon cores within the bodies of the star demons were extremely useful to him. I have finished absorbing the demon cores and demon spirits. Next, I have to continue searching for star demons to obtain new demon cores. Jian Wushuang stood up and left the cave straight away. At the void, as Jian Wushuang searched for the traces of the star demons, he also took out his transmission token to communicate with Hall Master Yuan at the same time. Back then, Hall Master Yuan had looked for Jian Wushuang when he was absorbing the demon cores after having secluded himself in the cave. After knowing that Jian Wushuang had secluded himself in the cave to absorb the power of the demon cores, Hall Master Yuan did not disturb him. It was only after Jian Wushuang had completed his absorption that he contacted him again. Jian Wushuang, I heard that you have killed real God Guing of the Soaring Heaven King Palace while traveling in the inner layer of the 8th layer. Hall Master Yuan's voice was filled with laughter. That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. How impressive. You are able to kill a chaotic real god after such a short period of time. Hall Master Yuan was excited as well. It is because of the fact that he underestimated me that I was able to have my way. Jian Wushuang laughed. Of course, his words were modest. Real god Gu Ying did not underestimate him, and he used his full power right off the bat. Moreover, he had also teamed up with real god Xueling. However, there was nothing that they could do, as the gap between their abilities was too huge. Oh, right. With the death of real god Guing, the Soaring Heaven King Palace will definitely be infuriated. I wonder if they have created some trouble for the lineage of Star? Jian Wushuang questioned. Of course they did. The Soaring Heaven King Palace even wanted the lineage of Star to hand you over so that they could execute you. Haha, that was really funny. Hall Master Yuan sneered. Oh, right. What exactly happened during that battle? Real God Guing and real God Xueling had cast their greedy eyes on my grade 3 demon core. Thus, they took action straight away to kill me so that they could snatch it away from me. However, as their abilities were not strong enough, they were killed by me. It is just that simple, Jian Wushuang laughed. Even though 2 chaotic real gods had teamed up, one of them was still killed by you in the end. Hall Master Yuan managed to get a great piece of information from Jian Wushuang's words. After that he laughed. I knew that you would not provoke the Soaring Heaven King Palace for no reason. As expected, back then, real God Xueling even said that you were the one who had cast your greedy eyes on real God Gu Ying's treasure. Hence, you took the initiative to launch a surprise attack to kill real God Guing. How shameless they are. Chapter 1659. 1659 Real God Penghua. 1659 Real God Penghua. They are indeed shameless, Jian Wushuang sneered. It was real God Xueling and real God Guing who had cast their greedy eyes on his grade 3 demon core, and they had wanted to kill him for that. However, in the end, the Soaring Heaven King Palace said that he was the one who had cast his eyes on their treasure. Thus, he had launched a surprise attack of his own accord and killed real God Guing as a result. Hall Master Yuan, How do you plan to reply the soaring Heaven King Palace? Jian Wushuang questioned. I shall reply the correct way. Hall Master Yuan said indifferently. By comparing abilities, the soaring Heaven King Palace is indeed slightly more powerful than the lineage of Star. However, they're not a lot more powerful than us. Even if we were to fight, the lineage of Star would not be afraid of the soaring Heaven King Palace. Moreover, the soaring Heaven King Palace is not daring enough to shed all pretenses of cordiality with the lineage of Star completely. However, although the soaring Heaven King Palace cannot do anything to the lineage of Star, they can still think of ways to deal with you. For example, they can send experts to the 8th layer or get the experts in the 8th layer to kill you. From what I know, there are currently 4 experts of the soaring Heaven King Palace traveling in the 8th layer. Apart from one of them, who is in the outer layer as he is an eternal real god, the 3 remaining people are all chaotic real gods. Moreover, among the 3 chaotic real gods, the person who you have to be careful of is Real God Z. That Real God Z is an expert who stands at the top of the chaotic real gods and is also extremely near to the real god ranking list. He has also been traveling in the core region of the 8th layer all the while. Hence, if he were to come across you, he would definitely kill you without hesitation. Real God Z? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He had also heard of Real God Z before. Jian Wushuang, for this period of time, I will get someone to observe the movements of the soaring Heaven King Palace's experts. If the soaring Heaven King Palace sends experts to the 8th layer, I will inform you immediately. Also, please be extra careful in the 8th layer, Hall Master Yuan said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and cut off the transmission to Hall Master Yuan immediately. After that, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, that Real God Z has been traveling in the core region of the 8th layer throughout the years, and it just so happens that I have decided to go to the core region as well. Normally, normal chaotic real gods would travel in the inner layer of the 8th layer. With Jian Wushuang's abilities, he could definitely travel in the core region. By going to the core region, there would be more opportunities for him to obtain demon cores. However, it would naturally be more dangerous as well. I hope that I would be able to meet him at that time. I really wish to see whether Real God Z has the ability to make me use my full power. Jian Wushuang laughed. From the time that he made a breakthrough to a real god to the current moment, he had been training to raise his own abilities. Even though he had fought against someone else in the Thunderbolt Island, it was merely a duel. Previously, when he had fought against Real God Xueling and Real God Guing, as they were merely 2 normal chaotic real gods, they had no right to make him use his full power. In other words, up until that moment, he had never used his full power to fight with someone else before. Jian Wushuang headed to the core region. If he were to come across star demons along the way, he would kill them. In less than half a year's time, Jian Wushuang entered the core region of the 8th layer. The core region was the core of the 8th level. It was the place with the most number of star demons, and also the place with the most powerful star demons. Just like before, the core region was also in complete darkness, and no shard of light could be seen at all. In the void, Jian Wushuang was traveling forward slowly. He had already spread his soul power across the surrounding so that he could pay attention to a large radius from him. His soul power covered a huge range, and it would naturally be easier for him to find star demons. This was a great advantage that Jian Wushuang had over the chaotic real gods. By searching like that, Jian Wushuang found traces of star demons in no time. Tens of star demons were gathered together. Moreover, what had caused Jian Wushuang to be elated was that there was a greater proportion of mature star demons among them. For example, in the inner layer and outer layer, it was considered not too bad for there to be 1 mature star demon among tens of star demons, and the proportion was 1 to 10. However, for the core region, on average, there would be 1 mature star demon for every 10 star demons. At that very moment, There was a total of 6 mature, one-horned star demons among the tens of star demons that Jian Wushuang was facing. Time to kill them. Jian Wushuang's body floated toward the group of star demons immediately. For the next period of time, Jian Wushuang continued to hunt and kill star demons while traveling in the core region. Even with his abilities, he still needed to be careful in the core region. As long as he did not come across places that were extremely concentrated with star demons, it would not be too dangerous. With that, as he hunted star demons, the number of demon cores in his Qian Kuan ring would naturally increase. In a flash, 2 years passed by. Boom! With a fierce, booming sound, the black, vast void was completely torn open during the battle. Frightening sword essence was sweeping across the area. While the sword essence was sweeping across the area, a shrill and horrible shriek could be heard. After a long time, the battle came to an end. Jian Wushuang appeared on the ground, and he was looking at the body of the star demon in front of him. The star demon had 3 horns on its forehead, and it was a grade 3 star demon. However, this grade 3 star demon was different from the grade 3 star demon that Jian Wushuang had killed previously. This grade 3 star demon's body was completely black in color, and its skin did not have any parts that were green in color. In terms of abilities, it was also slightly weaker than the previous grade 3 star demon. There are extremely few grade 3 star demons in the inner layer. Back then, my luck was good, and I managed to come across one. However, in the core region, as long as I look diligently, I will be able to find them easily. As Jian Wushuang laughed, he waved his hands and kept the grade 3 star demon's demon core into his Qian Kuan ring. However, at that very moment, Jian Wushuang looked toward the void beside him at once. Someone has come. What a coincidence! It was indeed a coincidence. When he had killed the 3-horned star demon previously, he had chanced upon real God Xueling and real God Guing. At that very moment, when he had killed his 2nd grade 3 star demon, he had chanced upon another human cultivator. I hope that the person who comes this time around will not be the same as the 2 people from the soaring Heaven King Palace, Jian Wushuang muttered. In no time, the person appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. It was a chubby old man. He had a stalwart body, and he was close to 250 centimeters tall. When he stood in his position, he looked like a small mountain. "You are real God Penghua?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Ha! The person in front of me should be the famous inverse cultivator, Jian Wushuang." The chubby old man laughed. His voice was gentle and charming. "I am Jian Wushuang. Greetings to real God Penghua." Jian Wushuang greeted him with a modest expression. Jian Wushuang knew about real God Penghua. He was a member of the Sanctuary Alliance, but he was not in any powerhouses. Instead, he was an expert who traveled alone, and he was extremely powerful. It was rumored that real God Penghua had fought with an expert of the real God ranking list before. Moreover, he was never at a disadvantage during the fight. Although it was unknown whether the rumor was true, there had to be a reason for the rumor to exist. Hence, this indicated how powerful real God Penghua was. Chapter 1660, 1660 Penghua's Invitation. 1660 Penghua's Invitation. Real God Penghua was a top expert who was suspected to have fighting capabilities equivalent to experts in the real God ranking list. Not only were his abilities strong, his relations with other people and his popularity were also not too bad. Moreover, he also treated other people in a friendly way and was easy to approach. On top of that, he had never taken the initiative to provoke other people. Ever since he had become famous, after so many years, there was only news of other people making trouble for him, and news of him taking the initiative to make trouble for others was unheard of. Read more chapter on novel full. Moreover, there was one more point, and it was real God Peng when not having much ambition. He was even unconcerned as to whether he would be able to become an almighty. What he wanted was simply to live freely and comfortably. Take the 8 layers as an example. With his abilities, he could absolutely travel in the 7th layer. However, he had always stayed in the 8th layer. As he was an expert with strong abilities and a good reputation, Jian Wushuang respected him. Little friend, are you the one who killed the 3-horned star demon behind you? Real God, Peng Hu asked. That's right, Jian Wushuang nodded his head. It was done by you alone. Real God, Peng Hu questioned closely. Jian Wushuang nodded his head again. Haha, that's great. Real God Peng Hu laughed loudly, and he looked at Jian Wushuang after that. Little friend, I wish for you to help me with a matter. May I know if you are willing to do so? What does real God Peng Hu want me to do? Jian Wushuang questioned. Please follow me. When we reach the place, you will know, real God Peng Hu said. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, and he followed real God Peng Hu to a faraway void immediately. For real God Peng Hu, Jian Wushuang only remained vigilant in the deepest part of his mind. Apart from that, he did not need to take too much precaution. After all, real God Peng Hu had a good reputation. Moreover, even if real God Peng Hu were to really have other motives, Jian Wushuang would not be afraid. Under real God Peng Hu's guidance, Jian Wushuang came to a black void after a short while. Little friend, look over there in that direction. Real God Peng Hu was pointing in a direction. Jian Wushuang spread his soul power at once. After taking a look, his eyes shrank fiercely. Within the detection range of his soul power, he detected the existence of 2 star demons. The 2 star demons were grade 3 star demons, and they were together. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had realized that the 2 3-horned star demons within the detection range of his soul power were not the normal black star demons. Instead, they were green star demons. They were 2 3-horned green star demons. Furthermore, a portion of the skin of one of them was blood red in color. It was obvious that 3-horned green star demon had already begun to transform into a crimson star demon. A normal 3-horned green star demon possesses the fighting capabilities of a top chaotic real god. As for the other star demon with a portion of its skin in a blood red color, it is probably stronger than a top chaotic real god, and it is extremely close to experts of the real god ranking list. For these 2 kinds of star demons to be together, Jian Wushuang clicked his tongue in admiration. Previously, he had killed grade 3 star demons as well. Moreover, he had killed a total of 2 of them. However, the grade 3 star demons that he killed were both normal black star demons, which were equivalent to normal chaotic real gods of the human beings, and they were completely incomparable to the 2 star demons in front of him. Real God Peng Hu, could it be that you want me to team up with you to kill those 2 star demons? Jian Wushuang questioned. That's right. That's my plan, real God Peng Hu laughed. After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang forced a smile at once. Real God Peng Hu, aren't you thinking too highly of me? For those 2 star demons, I am unable to do anything against either of them. Even if I were to team up with you, wouldn't it still be impossible to kill those 2 star demons? Little friend, you need not worry. I have already fought with those 2 star demons just now, and I have a clear understanding of their abilities. If those 2 star demons were to team up, even I would be unable to do anything against them. However, if we were to separate them and deal with them one by one, it would be much easier to handle them. Real God Peng Hu continued to laugh. Previously, I had been traveling around in this vicinity to find a top chaotic real god who I could team up with, and it just so happened that I saw you. Little friend, I only wish for you to keep the star demon with slightly weaker abilities busy for a period of time so that I can use my full power to deal with the stronger star demon. As long as the stronger star demon is killed, it will naturally be easier to deal with the remaining one. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. He also knew what real God Peng He wanted, and his eyes turned toward the weaker, three-horned green star demon. This three-horned star demon has not begun to transform into a crimson star demon yet. Hence, its abilities should be around a top chaotic real god. With my abilities, it will not be too difficult to keep it busy for a period of time. How about this? When we attack later on, I will keep the weaker, three-horned green star demon busy for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, if you have yet to kill the stronger star demon, I will leave. Haha, no problem. Also, I will not need 15 minutes. Within 1/8 of an hour, I will definitely kill the stronger star demon. Real God Peng He laughed heartily. After that, with a flip of his hands, he took out a black force core. Little friend, I will not let you help me for free. Instead, I will reward you. For the rewards, it will be 2 normal grade, 3 demon cores, and I will give you one of them first. As for the remaining grade, 3 demon core, I will give it to you after this matter is settled. Real God Peng He tossed the black force core in his hands to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang extended his hand to receive it. When he used his soul power to check it, his eyes glowed brilliantly at once. Real God Peng He was really generous. He only needed Jian Wushuang to keep the weaker green star demon busy for a period of time, and he would give Jian Wushuang 2 normal grade, 3 demon cores as a reward. It should be known that during the many years that Jian Wushuang had been in the 8th layer, he had only obtained a total of 2 grade, 3 demon cores. Moreover, he had also used quite a bit of effort to obtain them. However, this time around he would obtain them easily. Let's get started, Real God Peng He said. All right, Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Their bodies then changed into 2 rays of flittering light and headed toward the positions of the 2 star demons at once. When they were about to get close to the 2 star demons, the 2 three-horned green star demons reacted instantly. Human cultivators. Kill them. A great amount of destructive aura burst forth from the bodies of the 2 star demons instantly. The bodies of the 2 star demons then changed into green shadows and headed over with lightning speed. Little friend, I will leave the weaker star demon to you. Real God Peng He glanced at Jian Wushuang. No problem. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. When his body turned vague, thousands upon thousands of shadows appeared at the same time straight away. The great number of shadows then whizzed past the area and covered the weaker, 3-horned green star demon completely. Oh, his comprehension of the space-time doctrine is not too bad. Real God Peng He looked at Jian Wushuang with surprise. After that, his eyes turned grave. Rumble. A great amount of flames which could cover the sky appeared and changed into a giant sea of fire instantly. The sea of fire, which was burning madly, then came from all directions and formed a giant flame prison. Chapter 1661, Friendly. Chapter 1661, Friendly. What great power! Jian Wushuang was looking at the flame prison with admiration, and he could feel the great amount of power that it contained. At that moment, Real God Peng He and the slightly stronger 3-horned green star demon were both within the flame prison. As for Jian Wushuang, he only needed to keep the star demon in front of him busy. Swish! A green shadow attacked with lightning speed. The void was ripped open and generated ear-piercing, explosive sounds. Jian Wushuang also swung the Blood Mountain sword, which was emitting sword essence at once. Clang! With a loud sound, the unreasonable power created an impact, and Jian Wushuang could not help but retreat a few steps back. What great power! Jian Wushuang exclaimed in admiration. 3-horned green star demons could compete against top chaotic real gods, and that was Jian Wushuang's current level of ability. If I were to come across you alone, I really would want to have a good fight with you. However, it's a pity that I have been invited by someone else to help this time round. Also, my duty is not to kill you. Instead, it is to keep you busy, Jian Wushuang chuckled. His body then turned vague and many shadows appeared again. With that, his shadows started to move around the three-horned green star demon. Jian Wushuang's martial art motion was strange, and he had been using both his martial art motion and speed to keep the three-horned green star demon busy. He did not hope to kill the three-horned green star demon in front of him. Instead, he wanted to keep it busy so that it could not do anything else. The three-horned green star demon became furious, although it unleashed some peculiar moves with the intention to kill Jian Wushuang. All its moves were stopped by Jian Wushuang. As it was neither able to kill Jian Wushuang nor shake him off, it could only be kept busy by Jian Wushuang. This intense battle continued, with both sides refusing to budge. As Jian Wushuang kept the three-horned green star demon busy, he also took note of the time. Previously, he had only promised to keep the three-horned green star demon busy for 15 minutes. If real God Peng Hua had yet to defeat his opponent when the time was up, Jian Wushuang would leave. "It's about to be 15 minutes soon," Jian Wushuang murmured. However, as he mentioned the timing, boom, a muffled sound could be heard from the flame prison. At that moment, the whole universe shook slightly. After that, the flame prison dissipated slowly and revealed the void inside it. Within the dark void, the slightly stronger three-horned star demon, which had had red skin on a part of its body, had disappeared, and only real God Peng Hua remained standing inside. At the same time, his hands were holding a demon core. The demon core was a mix of both green and red colors. Of course, the green color took up more space of the demon core than the red color. "It is just as real God Peng Hua said. He did not even take 15 minutes, Jian Wushuang gasped. At that moment, real God Peng Hua, who was within the void, had already changed into a lump of flames and headed for the battlefield that Jian Wushuang was in. "Little friend, please retreat to one side." Real God Peng Hua's voice could be heard in the piece of universe. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. By moving his body, he retreated to a void nearby. After that, he saw that real God Peng Hua had started fighting. With a wave of his big hands, a huge amount of flames appeared and dyed the heavens red. At the center of the universe, a shocking giant flame beast appeared. The flame beast was more than 10,000 feet tall, and it was formed from a tremendous amount of divine power. At the moment it was formed, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed the living three-horned green star demon, as well as everything else in that piece of void. Rumble, sounds of power exploding could be heard faintly. In a split second, the gigantic flame beast dissipated. As for the three-horned green star demon, it had disappeared completely. "It's dead. It was killed in just an instant." Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing with an unusual light. Although the three-horned green star demon, which he had fought with, was incomparable to the one that real God Peng Hua had killed in the flame prison previously, it still possessed the genuine fighting capabilities of a top chaotic real god. However, in the end, when it fought with real God Peng Hua, it was killed straight away without even having a chance to struggle. There has been doubts about real God Peng Hua possessing fighting capabilities that can be compared to the experts in the real god ranking list. However, from what I can see, such doubts can be dispelled as he indeed possesses fighting capabilities that can get him into the ranking god ranking list. Jian Wushuang murmured. Real God Peng Hua, who was standing in the void, waved his hands, and a green core floated over slowly from the flames. "Green core!" Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted slightly. The grade 3 demon cores were split into 3 different colors. Among the grade 3 demon cores that Jian Wushuang had obtained, all of them were the normal black cores. As for green cores, they were worth many times more than black cores. A grade 3 green demon core could be compared to about 6 or 7 normal grade 3 black demon cores. As such, real God Peng Hua was very generous, and he rewarded Jian Wushuang with 2 grade 3 black demon cores. Huh. Real God Peng Hua laughed heartily and walked toward Jian Wushuang. Little kid, thank you for helping me this time round. This is the remaining grade, 3 Demon Core. Real God Peng Hua gave Jian Wushuang a Demon Core. After receiving the Demon Core, Jian Wushuang laughed. Actually, I did not really help much. What he had said was true. The 2 grade, 3 green star demons were killed due to real God Peng Hua's absolute abilities. As for Jian Wushuang, his task was extremely easy. Little friend, you are too modest. If you were not there, I would have been unable to kill the 2 star demons. Real God Peng Hua was still laughing. In short, thank you very much for helping me in this matter. This is my transmission token. If you come across any trouble in the future, you can contact me. If I am able to help, I will definitely do my best to help you. Jian Wushuang took the transmission token subconsciously. I shall take my leave now. Real God Peng Hua laughed and left after that. Only Jian Wushuang remained standing at his position, and he had an extremely puzzled expression. However, after a short while he became relaxed. When real God Peng Hua invited me to help him, it was indeed for the 2 grade, 3 green star demons initially. However, for such an easy job, it was more than enough for him to give me a grade 3 black demon core. However, he gave me 2 of them and even gave me his transmission token. On top of that, he also said that I could find him if I were to come across any trouble in the future. He is being friendly toward me, Jian Wushuang laughed. Jian Wushuang had lived for tens of thousands of years. Hence, he knew the ways of the world. For example, real God Peng Hua's actions were obviously him being friendly to Jian Wushuang as he wanted to make friends with Jian Wushuang. After all, anyone would be willing to make friends with a genius like Jian Wushuang, who had great potential. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was also a person who valued friendships highly. Back then in the Burning Demon region, Jian Wushuang had clashed with the 4-symbol mansion head-on for his good friend Duan Lingfeng. Since he was such a person, it was worth it to make friends with him. Chapter 1662 Targeted. Chapter 1662 Targeted. It is my pleasure to be able to make friends with an expert like you, real God Peng Hua. As Jian Wushuang laughed, he put real God Peng Hua's transmission token into his Qian Kun ring. After that, he moved his body and continued to hunt for star demons in his vicinity. Time passed by. In a flash, another 20 years had passed. Inside a cave that had been opened as a temporary place in the core region, Jian Wushuang was sitting down with his legs crossed and demon cores were floating in front of him. At the same time, a great amount of pure power was flowing into his body continuously. As Jian Wushuang absorbed the pure power from the demon cores, the ultimate divine power within his body continued to increase, and another ultimate divine power water droplet was formed. I have 5 droplets of ultimate divine power now. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes fiercely, and his eyes were glowing brilliantly. For the past few years, he had been traveling in the core region, and he had also managed to kill many star demons. As such, he had naturally obtained a great number of demon cores. As for the pure power within the demon cores that he had obtained, it had all been absorbed by him over the past few years when he had secluded himself in the cave. Thus, the number of ultimate divine power water droplets in his body had increased from 3 water droplets to 5 water droplets. The 2 additional droplets of ultimate divine power could not be treated lightly. Jian Wushuang was certain that if he were to rely on his own abilities to train and accumulate the 2 additional droplets of ultimate divine power, he would need tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years to form them. However, in the core region of the 8th layer, he had only used 20 years' time. To any random real god, 20 years of time was just a very short period of time. If he were to hurry to his intended location or go to a random place, he would easily use more than 20 years of time. However, in such a short 20 years of time, Jian Wushuang's abilities had risen greatly. 5 droplets of ultimate divine power. He was getting closer and closer to making a breakthrough to stage 2 ultimate real God. Jian Wushuang was in a state of happiness. However, at that very moment, a message was sent to him abruptly. Little friend Jian Wushuang, are you still traveling in the core region? The person who sent the message over was real God Penghua. Yes, I'm still there. Does real God Penghua have something for me? Jian Wushuang replied with a laugh. I do not have anything for you, and I'm just asking randomly. Also, let me ask you another question. Is there a grudge between you and the Soaring Heaven King Palace? Real God Penghua said. The Soaring Heaven King Palace? Jian Wushuang's expression turned grave. Yes, there's a grudge between us. What's wrong? No wonder. Real God Penghua laughed. Little friend, let me tell you the truth. Just a moment ago, an expert of the Soaring Heaven King Palace contacted me and asked me if I have seen you in the 8th layer. Oh. Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. How did you answer him? Of course, I said that I have not seen you. Moreover, the expert from the Soaring Heaven King Palace also told me to inform him if I were to see you in the future. In addition, he told me not to bring this matter up in front of anyone else. At that time, I felt that something was wrong, and hence, I agreed to his request on the surface. After that, I contacted you straight away to ask you about it. As expected, there is indeed a grudge between you and the Soaring Heaven King Palace, Real God Penghua said. Seems like the Soaring Heaven King Palace has their eyes on me. Jian Wushuang's expression turned icy cold. Little friend, although I have never had any dealings with the Soaring Heaven King Palace before, I know something about them. Their ways of doing things have always been unreasonable. If anyone in the 10 sanctuaries were to provoke them, they would definitely get the other party to pay a heavy price for it. Now, since the Soaring Heaven King Palace has their eyes on you, nothing good will come of it, Real God Penghua said. I know. Thank you very much for telling me about this matter. If not, the lineage of Star who is supporting me would still be clueless about this, Jian Wushuang said thankfully. He knew that although the Soaring Heaven King Palace was searching for him, their method of searching was very secretive. They probably did not want to alert him, and it was to the extent that even the lineage of Star did not know about it. If not for Jian Wushuang making friends with Real God Penghua by coincidence, he would still be clueless at that very moment. Little friend is too modest. The only thing is that this is not a small matter and you had better deal with it carefully, Real God Chihua said. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head seriously. How about this? Real God Penghua, I will talk to Hall Master Yuan first, and I will look for you again later. All right, Real God Penghua said sincerely. Jian Shuang took out Hall Master Yuan's transmission token at once. Hall Master Yuan, do you know if the Soaring Heaven King Palace has sent experts to the 8th lair during this period of time? Jian Wushuang questioned. They did not send anyone, Hall Master Yuan said confidently. I have already gotten people to observe the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Therefore, I can confirm that the Soaring Heaven King Palace has not sent any experts to the 8th lair during this period of time. Not even eternal real gods were sent. What about exceptionally strong experts coming to the 8th lair during this period of time? Jian Wushuang continued to ask. Thinking about it, if the Soaring Heaven King Palace really wanted to kill him, they could hire other experts to take care of him. Moreover, the experts who they had hired would be experts who traveled alone. The 8th lair is ranked the last among the 8 lairs. Hence, among the experts who travel there are not many exceptionally strong ones to begin with. Real God Penghua's way of doing things is strange, and he can be considered a special case. Apart from that, no unreasonably strong chaotic real gods will go to the 8th lair. Over the past few years, there are only 3 chaotic real gods who have gone into the 8th lair. Moreover, their abilities are normal, and none of them is a top chaotic real god, Hall Master Yuan said. There isn't anyone. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. Jian Wushuang, why are you asking about this so suddenly? Hall Master Yuan asked. You will know after a short period of time. Jian Wushuang kept Hall Master Yuan in suspense. Hall Master Yuan did not ask too much either. Inside the cave, Jian Wushuang was muttering to himself. Since the Soaring Heaven King Palace is searching for me, they naturally want to take care of me. However, since they did not send any experts to the 8th lair, this means that they only want to rely on their own experts who are in the 8th lair to kill me. The thought that the Soaring Heaven King Palace would get some of their experts who were traveling in the 8th lair to kill him had also crossed his mind before. However, there were not many experts traveling in the 8th lair to begin with. Next, the 8th lair was so huge. Hence, it would not be easy to come across a human cultivator, even on ordinary days. Even if they were to come across a human cultivator, it would be difficult to find one who possessed sufficient abilities and was also willing to take action for the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Thus, the possibility of the Soaring Heaven King Palace hiring experts who were traveling in the 8th lair was very low. As such, they could only get their own experts who were already traveling in the 8th lair to take action. There is a total of 4 experts from the Soaring Heaven King Palace traveling in the 8th lair. Among them, there is an eternal real god, 2 normal chaotic real gods, as well as a top chaotic real god. The eternal real god and the 2 normal chaotic real gods will not pose a threat to me. Therefore, it is only possible for real god Z, the top chaotic real god, to kill me. While thinking about that, Jian Wushuang grinned. After that, he took out real god Peng, who was transmission token again. Real god Peng Hua, I have a matter that I would like your help with. Chapter 1663, Z Ye's Arrival. Chapter 1663, Z Ye's Arrival. The black universe was filled with nothingness. The chubby old man, real god Peng Hua, who was like a small mountain, was standing on a mountain, and he was waiting quietly. After a short while, a shadow appeared in his line of vision. The approaching person wore purple armor and battle boots. In addition, his head also wore a battle helmet. He also looked handsome, and he looked just a purple war god. Real god Peng Hua. Real god Ziya's face revealed a modest expression. Although he was a top chaotic real god, he was still inferior to real god Peng Hua. Z, why is the Soaring Heaven King Palace looking for Jian Wushuang? Real god Peng Hua asked. We naturally have something for him. However, it's not convenient for me to tell you the details. Real god Z laughed. Real god Peng Hua raised his eyebrows and said disapprovingly, Forget it if you do not wish to tell me. I saw Jian Wushuang previously. He is in that direction. Real god Peng Hua pointed in a direction. Continue going straight from there. He's nearby a piece of void that is millions of miles away. However, that is where I saw him 10 days ago. As for whether he is still in that region, I have no idea. Thank you very much, real god Peng Hua. After thanking him, real god Z Yi hurried in that direction straight away. Real god Peng Hua was still standing on the mountain, and he looked on as real god Z left. It was only after real god Z had moved far away that his face revealed a strange smile. After that, he took out a transmission token. My little friend Jian Wushuang, real god Z has come. Moreover, he's alone. Real god Peng Hua, thank you very much, and I'm sorry for troubling you. Jian Wushuang's voice could be heard from the token. Real god Peng Hua chuckled and put his token into his Qian Kun ring. The Soaring Heaven King Palace wishes to take care of Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang also seems to want to take action against the Soaring Heaven King Palace. I really have no idea who is plotting against who. Real god Peng Hua revealed a thoughtful expression. However, I do not need to care about the crazy fights between the two sides, as it does not concern me. It will be all right as long as I do not offend either side. Everyone knew that real God Peng Hua had an extremely good reputation all around, and he had never provoked someone else of his own accord. Instead, it had always been other people who went looking for him. However, in actual fact, this was related to his character. He had no ambitions and only wished to be free and unfettered. In addition, he was not concerned with the fights between the powerhouses of the eternal chaotic world. In spite of that, his relations with other people were good. To put it in good terms, he was a smooth person who had a good sense of propriety. However, to put it in bad terms, he was a genuine old fox. Moreover, such an old fox had been able to live for a long time. Millions of miles away, Jian Wushuang was sitting down on the dark land and waiting quietly. At that moment, he was smiling. As expected, the soaring Heaven King Palace only sent real God Z alone, as they thought that it would be sufficient to kill me. That's right. After all, real God Z is a top chaotic real god, and he is very close to the real god ranking list. Even if he were to come across other top chaotic real gods like real god Longqing, he would be able to kill them. Moreover, the abilities that I unleashed back then in the inner layer to kill real god Guing were not stronger than real god Longqing's. As Jian Wushuang laughed, he stood up slowly. Let me go and welcome real god Z. Jian Wushuang moved his feet, and he walked forward slowly. Atop the dark void, real god Z, who wore a purple armor and also had a commanding presence, was traveling in accordance to real god Peng Hua's directions. After a short while, he noticed a shadow which appeared in the range of his own consciousness detection. I have found him. Real God Ziye's eyes were like an eagle's, and he looked toward the front. Atop the dark and barren land, the shadow of a blood-robed young man who was carrying a long sword on his back was moving forward slowly. Although he was taking small steps, every step was filled with strength. Hence, any random step of his would easily cover a distance of hundreds of miles. It was only when the shadow of the young man was less than 10,000 miles away from real God Z that he stopped moving. A cold wind flew by and blew up his blood robe as well as his hair. At the next moment, the shadow of the young man raised his head and revealed a resolute and young face. The face contained a pair of penetrating eyes which were like a pair of gems, and the shrill light that they were emitting illuminated the dark void. Jian Wushuang, you're really here. Real God Ziye's voice shook the heavens. After that, his body changed into purple lightning and descended in front of Jian Wushuang. In addition, the ground that he stepped on with his battle boots was smashed into pieces. Jian Wushuang was looking at real God Z, who was in front of him. Although he had already prepared himself a long time ago, he was expressionless on the surface. He then said, So it's real God Z of the soaring Heaven King Palace. Do you have anything for me? Haha. Jian Wushuang, are you really that stupid? Or are you simply acting dumb? Real God Z Yi was extremely arrogant. From the looks of it, you are here to take revenge for real God Guing, right? Jian Wushuang giggled. Of course. Not just anyone can kill the soaring Heaven King Palace's people, real God Z said with a low voice. Back then, real God Guing and real God Xueling had cast their greedy eyes on my grade 3 demon core, and they attacked me. As such, I took action and killed him to protect myself. Shouldn't I have done that? Could it be that I should have let him kill me so that he could snatch my treasure away? The soaring Heaven King Palace's people are too unreasonable, Jian Wushuang shouted while pretending to have a furious look. Since you also know that the soaring Heaven King Palace is unreasonable, why are you still asking me questions? No matter what reason it is, as long as you kill the soaring Heaven King Palace's people, you must die. Real God Z was filled with overwhelming murderous intent. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and he laughed sardonically. He then opened up his right hand, which had been closed tightly all the while, and revealed a token. That's a mirroring token? Real God Ziye's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Jian Wushuang. You did that on purpose. You only caught on now. Jian Wushuang sneered and kept the mirroring token, which had finished recording into his Qianquan ring. I am done with the mirroring token. Now, it's time for me to make my move. Humph, no matter what you do, you have to die today. Real God Ziyi was filled with murderous intent. With a flip of his palm, a purple saber appeared in his hands. Buzz! Real God Zi, you made his move, straight away. Within the vast black void, for additional purple moons appeared out of thin air. The 4 purple moons were extremely dazzling, and they illuminated the dark void with purple light. As for Jian Wushuang, he could tell clearly that the 4 purple moons were 4 bright rays of saber light. Swish! 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 The 4 purple moons swept past the area and left 4 purple shadows behind on the void. Space and time seemed to have been affected greatly. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the void behind Jian Wushuang tore open and a purple moon appeared. Moreover, the purple moon was aimed at his head. Chapter 1664, Close Combat. Chapter 1664, Close Combat. Including the purple moon that suddenly flew out from the back, there were a total of 5 moons attacking Jian Wushuang simultaneously, and they were traveling at an unbelievable speed. That's creepy! Jian Wushuang moved, and their myriads of shadows were cast. His real body plunged through the void quickly and fled through the gap between the 5 purple moons. Wow! 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 5 resplendent purple blade lights hit the void and slashed 5 huge cracks in the void. Then they dispersed. The very next moment, next to real God Ziya's body, another 5 purple moons merged while there was purple electricity flowing in real God Ziya's eyes. Then he suddenly plunged. Swoosh! Real God Ziya's real body turned into a purple sword light and appeared before Jian Wushuang's real body along with his surrounding 5 purple moons. He instantly determined where my real body is. He lives up to his reputation as the top chaotic real god. Jian Wushuang exclaimed in surprise. Blood Mountain sword in his hand immediately let out a soaring sword intention to kill. There was divine power soaring in Jian Wushuang body, and it clashed against real God Zi. The blade light and sword intention crisscrossed one another ferociously. Real God Zi, Ye's blade skill, and Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship were given full play, and their speed was at their maximum too. Dang! 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 There was a clashing noise. After a short while, the 2 of them had at least collided 100 times. But it was obvious that Jian Wushuang had the lower hand during the fight. Bang! There was a low thud and Jian Wushuang rolled out gracelessly. He rolled continuously for a few 100 miles until he stopped. After regaining stability, there was blood at the corner of Jian Wushuang's lips. As for real God Zi, he was in good condition and the aura on his body was growing stronger. Humph! How dare you fight close combat with me? You're really stupid. Real God Zi, you looked at Jian Wushuang in disdain as he spoke with a voice that shook the earth. Real God Zi, you was best at close combat. His close combat ability was shockingly strong. In collaboration with his blade skill, he was even scarier. Compared to close body combat, as long as he didn't run into an expert from real God ranking list, he wasn't afraid. He heard what real God Zi said, and Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes but wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he was excited. Real God Zi, you really didn't disappoint me. Jian Wushuang looked at real God Zi with a faint smile. As he spoke, there was a boundless ancient god power that instantly exploded. Virum vroom. His divine power billowed, and Jian Wushuang's body suddenly magnified and turned into a 10-zhang, tall, dark, gold ancient god. In his eyes, there was also a dark gold luster. In between his eyebrows, there were 6 stars hanging upside down. The invincible might was illustrious. Ever since I broke through and became a real god, This is the first time I go all out. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and felt the boundless power in his palms. Real Godzi, you were saying earlier that your close combat ability is very strong, right? Huh. Real Godzi, Yi creased his eyebrows and he had a bad feeling in the bottom of his heart. Hee, close combat ability. Jian Wushuang sneered as his huge ancient god body immediately started changing. Virum, huge heads and muscular arms that were substantiated with divine power extended from his body. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang had 4 heads and 8 arms. His 8 muscular arms were each holding a sword. Hence, there was a total of 8 swords, just like a demon. Humph, trying to be deliberately mystifying. Real God Z, Yi wasn't bothered. In Eternal Chaotic World, there were many secret skills that enable one to grow more arms and heads. So what if there were extra? It would at most increase one's fighting power by a slight bit. To many top experts, 4 and 8 arms were the same. However, he didn't know that Jian Wushuang was actually performing a supreme, unique skill of ancient god tribe. The unique skill wasn't as simple as growing extra arms and heads. The most crucial part was that it contained an attack skill. Kill. Real God Ziyi let out a low bellow and his body turned into purple light before he pounded Jian Wushuang again. Jian Wushuang gripped the 8 swords in his hands tightly as the eyes on his 4 heads shimmered with dark gold luster. Kill. Similarly, Jian Wushuang charged forward with his huge ancient god body after letting out a roar. The huge feet stepped onto the ground. With every step he took, there would be a huge hole created in the ground. Their distance pulled closer very quickly. The distance of a few hundred miles was instantly leaped. The 2 not proportionate bodies collided. Die. Real God Z Yi had soaring murderous intention. The 5 purple moons around him were giving our resplendent brilliance, along with the purple saber in his hand that was shimmering with a cold gleam. They instantly formed 6 blade lights and swung out in madness. You will die! Jian Wushuang's 4 heads roared simultaneously, and the 8 divine swords in his hands formed 8 flowing lights in collaboration with the unique attack method as they flew out. Close combat in complete madness. Both of them gave their all. Clang, 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 bang, pist. There were continuous clashing noises that rang. With such collisions, there were glints of sparks and fire. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang and Real God Z Ye's bodies crisscrossed. Jian Wushuang continued to hold his 8 swords, while his 8 eyes were filled with murderous intention. He steadied himself and turned around to look at Real God Z. Real God Z then looked extremely shocked. His eyes were staring wide opened as they covered in disbelief. The next moment, poof! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat from Real God Ziya's mouth, and his face instantly turned pale. How could this be? Real God, Ziyi muttered. He knew clearly what had happened earlier. Just as a splint of spark and fire exploded, he fought Jian Wushuang closely and exchanged blows like lightning. Their speed and combat skills were given full play. But in the end, in such a short period of time, Jian Wushuang hit him 6 times. In other words, he was slashed by 6 strokes, while Jian Wushuang blocked his blade attack entirely. He was defeated. His close combat ability that he had always been proud of had failed, and he was defeated. He was completely cornered. If he wasn't wearing a high-level armor, and if didn't cultivate his secret skill of defense to a high level, he would have been dead after the 6 strokes. Chapter 1665. Completely shedding all pretense of cordiality. Chapter 1665. Completely shedding all pretense of cordiality. Real Godzi, your close quarters combat abilities are nothing much more than this. Jian Wushuang's voice, which was filled with ridicule, could be heard. Comment. Although Real God Ziyi had a ghastly pale expression, He still stared at Jian Wushuang persistently. However, all of a sudden his expression changed fiercely. This, look, an ancient god. The ancient god clan, which has been recognized as the #1 in close-quarters battles in the eternal chaotic world. Real God Z, Yi finally knew why he had lost so miserably in a close-quarters battle. It was because of the fact that his opponent was actually an ancient god. Damn it. When Palace Master gave me the task to kill him, not only did he not say that Jian Wushuang possessed the ancient god bloodline, he also did not say that Jian Wushuang would be so powerful. Real God Z, Yi had a gloomy expression. His close-quarters combat abilities are many times stronger than mine. Moreover, during the clash just now, I was seriously injured and my abilities are affected as a result. If I were to continue fighting with him, it would not be me killing him. Instead, it would be him killing me. Without hesitation, Real God Z, you made the correct choice right away. Run. Real God Z's body could be seen changing into a ray of purple arc light and flying into the void far away. Haha, why are you in such a rush to leave? Jian Wushuang laughed jokingly. As he looked at the direction that Real God Z was escaping in, he stretched out one of his palms slowly and stuck out a finger. Secret skill. Thunder attracting skill. Buzz. A vast amount of divine power burst forth. All of a sudden, the dark universe shook. After that, the dark sky on top of Real God Z was ripped open. A ray of crimson light appeared from the void which had been ripped open, and it descended abruptly. Rumble. It was a crimson-colored life destroying sacred thunder, and its thunderbolts were as thick as a water bucket. Moreover, it also had frightening power which could destroy the universe. After the life-destroying sacred thunder descended from the rift, it headed for Real God Z right away. Its speed was extremely fast. Moreover, it was obvious that the life-destroying sacred thunder had already locked onto Real God Z. As such, it was impossible for Real God Z to dodge the attack. This power... Real God Z, Yi opened his eyes wide. In addition, he was filled with fear as he had seen the danger of death from the life-destroying sacred thunder. Real God Z, Yi did not dare to be careless. His body stopped moving, and the purple saber in his hands released purple rays of light that were extremely bright. Rustle, the saber light, changed into a river and created a giant purple saber shadow on the void instantly. The purple saber light then headed toward the life, destroying sacred thunder fiercely. The two attacks clashed head-on. Bam! With a loud sound, a giant hole opened up on the void, and a huge number of space rifts also spread crazily due to the attacks. At the center of the big hole, swoosh! A shooting star, or rather a meteorite, fell toward the ground. The meteorite was still covered with part of the crimson-colored thunderbolt power. When it landed on the ground was smashed into pieces, and 10,000 miles of the ground was also charred black by the thunderbolt power. As for Real God Z, he also fell into the ruins created from the attacks, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The thunder-attracting skill of the ancient god clan's 3 secret skills is indeed very powerful. As Jian Wushuang looked at what the Crimson Thunderbolt had done, his face revealed an apathetic smile. Although the thunder-attracting skill was considered the weakest among the ancient god clan's 3 secret skills, it was still very powerful, to the point that it was shocking. Thunder-attracting skill. What it attracted was the life-destroying sacred thunder. At that moment, when Jian Wushuang used his full power, he could only attract 1 life-destroying sacred thunder. However, it was already enough to kill a normal chaotic real god easily. It should be known that when this secret skill was honed to its highest level, it would be able to attract thousands upon thousands of life-destroying sacred thunder at the same time. At that time, how would the scene look? When King Luozhen was at his peak, he was able to attract thousands upon thousands of life-destroying sacred thunder at the same time. Hence, if he were to unleash the secret skill thunder attracting skill with his full power. Even almighties at the level of the Star Palace Master would be extremely terrified. At that moment, swoosh, a purple, glittering light rose from the ruins abruptly, and it ran away crazily. He's actually not dead yet. Jian Wushuang frowned. As he looked at real God Zi, who was still escaping, he also realized that real God Zi's body was covered with thick blood qi. The Soaring Heaven Blood Law is the Soaring Heaven King Palace's secret skill to save one's life. Since real God Zi has unleashed this kind of secret skill, it seems like he is really going all out. Jian Wushuang raised the corners of his mouth and revealed an icy cold smile. Even if you go all out, you will still be unable to escape. Buzz! The divine power in Jian Wushuang's body started to burn. Although the speed of burning was not considered too fast, it would still deplete a great amount of divine power. As for Jian Wushuang, by burning his divine power, he unleashed a speed that was 10 times faster than normal and chased after real God Zi. He did not plan to let real God Zi go just like that. Originally, I had no grudges against the Soaring Heaven King Palace. However, they have found trouble for me again and again. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with a great amount of murderous intent. Previously, in Thunderbolt Island, the Monster King of the Soaring Heaven King Palace had given him trouble. After that, in the inner layer of the 8th layer, real God Guing and real God Shueling had teamed up with the intent to kill him and snatch his grade 3 demon core away. Originally, those were selfish motives of the Monster King, real God Guing and real God Shueling. Therefore, they were unable to represent the whole Soaring Heaven King Palace. However, at that moment, the Soaring Heaven King Palace had sent real God Zi intentionally to kill him. With that, the grudge was created. Jian Wushuang had always been someone who had minded his own business and would not do anything unless someone found trouble for him. Thus, if someone were to find trouble for him, he would pay them back 10 times or even 100 times more. It was not his style to be attacked by others continuously and not return the favor. Since real God Zi had found his way to Jian Wushuang at that moment, Jian Wushuang would have the courage to keep real God Zi with him forever. Zi, it's impossible for you to escape. Jian Wushuang was filled with an enormous amount of murderous intent. When real God Zi, who was already seriously injured and in an extremely tragic state, saw Jian Wushuang chasing him, his expression changed greatly and he shouted furiously, "Jian Wushuang, even though I am already seriously injured, you still refuse to stop. Could it be that you really want to shred all pretenses of cordiality with the Soaring Heaven King Palace completely? Shred all pretenses of cordiality? Humph! When the Soaring Heaven King Palace sent you to kill me, all pretenses of cordiality between us were already shed as things did not take a turn for the better. At this point, you still have the nerve to use the Soaring Heaven King Palace to stop me? This is really funny," Jian Wushuang sneered. With the secret skill of dragon blood activated, he could totally catch up with real God Zi's speed. Damn it! Real God Zi swore. As he escaped madly, he also took out a token hastily. Palace Master, please save me quickly. Jian Wushuang is chasing after me with an intent to kill me. I am already seriously injured and I am unable to unleash my speed completely. Even though I have also used the Soaring Heaven Blood Law, I am still unable to escape from him. Inform the lineage of Star quickly and get them to order Jian Wushuang to stop. Please do it quickly. Real God Zi's voice was extremely sad and shrill. Chapter 1666, The Dark Region. Chapter 1666, The Dark Region. Soaring Heaven King Palace. In a lofty palace, many higher-ups of Soaring Heaven King Palace had gathered. Previously, the higher-ups were already informed that real God Zi found Jian Wushuang. They were all waiting for the news from real God Zi that he killed Jian Wushuang. They had absolute confidence in real God Zi. After all, Real God Z was the top chaotic real god, and he wasn't far from the real god ranking list. On the other hand, although Jian Wushuang had killed real god Guing previously and proved that he wasn't weak, he was a void real god who just broke through after all. Even if he was an inverse cultivator, even if he was unusual, he would only have the fighting power of a top chaotic real god at most. They believed that with real god Z as power, he could definitely kill Jian Wushuang. The worst-case scenario would be Jian Wushuang fleeing. The higher-ups in soaring Heaven King Palace thought so. Just then, a man in a gold robe at the top of the palace looked surprised, and a smile spread across his face. "See, sent a message back. It seems that he has killed Jian Wushuang. Real God Z, Yi is taking care of this personally. Of course, success is ensured. Humph, Jian Wushuang is a genius. It's a pity that he was too arrogant. He even dared to kill our people from soaring Heaven King Palace. He deserved to die." Most of the real gods were chatting casually in the palace. The man in a gold robe skimmed through the message that real God Z had sent. The smile on his face stiffened, and he suddenly stood on his feet. "Real God Z is being hunted by Jian Wushuang," the man in a gold robe bellowed. "What?" The real gods in the hall were dumbfounded. "Palace Master, are you mistaken? It should be real God Z Yi chasing after Jian Wushuang, right?" One of the chaotic real god couldn't help but ask. Who would make a mistake? The blond man's hair blew like a raging lion. He roared, "Hurry up and tell Lineage of Star to send a message to Jian Wushuang. Tell him to stop immediately. Otherwise, if real God Ziyi were to die, no matter where he runs to, soaring Heaven King Palace will kill him." "Yes," someone answered immediately. Real gods in the hall stared with their eyes wide open. They knew that they didn't hear wrongly, but it was a fact. Real God Z, you was being chased after by Jian Wushuang. The news spread across Sanctuary Alliance in an instant like a storm. Of course, the news was sent to Hall Master Yuan in Lineage of Star at the first instant. Hall Master Yuan found it unbelievable as well. Real God Z? He is the top chaotic real god, and he is being chased after by Jian Wushuang? Did I hear this correctly? Full of doubt, Hall Master Yuan immediately sent a message to Jian Wushuang to ask about the incident. Very soon he received an answer. Real God Z, you was really being chased after. Jian Wushuang, what are you going to do with real God Z? Hall Master Yuan asked. He must die. Jian Wushuang's replied in short. If so, kill him. You don't need to worry about soaring Heaven King Palace. Hall Master Yuan gave Jian Wushuang a boost of confidence. Then Hall Master Yuan replied to soaring Heaven King Palace with a short message. I'm sorry, I already texted Jian Wushuang, but he didn't reply. Soaring Heaven King Palace suddenly raged in anger. The eighth lair in the core region, Jian Wushuang was still chasing after real God Z. Humph! Soaring Heaven King Palaces, soaring Heaven Blood Law, used up a lot of divine power and you were severely injured. I'd like to see how long can you run away for? Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold, and he was also calculating his divine power in secret. He had spent quite a bit of divine power in the fight earlier, and as he was chasing after real God Z by performing the secret skill of Dragon Blood. Luckily, he had already accumulated 5 drops of ultimate divine power water droplet. Hence, his divine power was sufficient. Until then, he only used 2 drops, and he still had enough divine power. However, for real God Z, Jian Wushuang was certain that his divine power was less than 20%. Read more chapter on Novelful. Damn it! Jian Wushuang should have received a message from Lineage of Star. But why isn't he stopping? Real God Z, Ye's face was pale, and he was terrified. He could feel that the divine power in his body was growing lesser. Originally, there was 20%. Then, there was only 10% left. Jian Wushuang, don't force me. Real God Z, Yi turned around and let out a shrill scream. Force you? Hee hee, you're already at this stage, but you're so naive? Jian Wushuang scoffed. All right then. As you want me dead, I won't let you live well either. There was madness in real God Ziye's eyes. The next moment, he suddenly switched to another direction and plunged towards the other void. Real God Ziye, he is already in such a state. What is he trying to do? Jian Wushuang was confused. After a while, Jian Wushuang realized real God Ziye's real intention. This is the dark region. Jian Wushuang's face changed, and he looked into the void before him. The void was filled with darkness, but not a slight bit of light. In the air, there was obviously denser black fog compared to other places. It was at least double the amount. The dark region, it was a unique region in the 8th layer. Very long ago, there was a war between Sanctuary Alliance and Star Demon Tribe, and they came to the lair of Star Demon Tribe. In other words, they came to the 8th layer and foolishly attempted to exterminate all Star Demon entirely. However, in the 8th layer, there were some unique regions. In these regions, every and almighty would be restrained. They couldn't explore, nor could they kill the star demons within. Hence, the unique regions formed into dark regions. The dark region not only was the place where the most star demons gathered, but there were also other dangers in the dark region. In short, it was very dangerous. With Jian Wushuang's power to wander in the 8th layer, his life wouldn't be threatened under normal circumstances. However, if he were to barge into the dark region, there were definitely many things that could kill him. Then, real God Ziyi ran to the border of the dark region and plunged into the dark region. You thought I wouldn't come after you if you were to run into the dark region? Such a joke. There was murderous intention flashing in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Although he knew the void before him was a dark region, he continued to chase after him without hesitation. In the dark region, Jian Wushuang continued to chase after real God Ziyi. They continued the chasing game and ran quite a distance. Very soon, real God Ziye's last 10% of his divine power ran out too. Without divine power, he couldn't perform his secret skill anymore. Swoosh! Real God Ziye's body stopped into the black fog. He turned around to look at Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1667, Die Together. Chapter 1667, Die Together. Jian Wushuang, I really admire you as you actually dare to chase me into the dark region. Real God Ziye's eyes were crimson in color, and he was staring at Jian Wushuang. Since you dare to come here, why wouldn't I dare to do it as well? Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently. He had already turned back to his human form, and his additional 3 heads, as well as 6 arms, had disappeared. I am different from you. I have already lived for many years. Moreover, I have also stayed as a chaotic real god for millions of years. As such, I have lived enough. But what about you? You are a super genius recognized by the eternal chaotic world, as well as an inverse cultivator. Furthermore, it took you quite a bit of effort to finally become what you are now. Therefore, your life is worth more than mine. Real God Ziye's laughter was filled with madness. To be able to drag a top genius like you to death with me, this means that God is still being generous to me. Drag me to death? Real God Ziye, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. Although the dark region is dangerous and it is said that every step is perilous, I am still not very deep in yet. Hence, if I were to go back the way I came from after killing you, I would be able to get out quickly. Since Jian Wushuang dared to charge into the dark region, he naturally had absolute confidence. After all, he was not in the deepest part of the dark region. Thus, he still had a chance to make the situation improve for the better. Haha. You are right. In this situation, it will still not be enough to drag a super genius like you to death with me. However, how about this? All of a sudden, real God, Z, you laughed strangely. Straight away after that, a violent aura burst forth from his body. Jian Wushuang's expression changed fiercely. Self-detonation. Haha, Jian Wushuang, don't you want to kill me? Since that's the case, let the both of us die together. Real God Zi Ye's voice was filled with insanity. His body also expanded crazily, and the whole universe entered a state of madness. Retreat! Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang retreated hastily. Let's die! Real God Zi gave a shrill cry, and his expanded body exploded fiercely. Rumble, frightening power swept in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, the whole universe was caught in a storm. Jian Wushuang was naturally affected by the power wave. However, as real God Zi had used up his divine power and his body was also seriously injured, the power from his self-detonation was not very strong. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was also far away from him, and he blocked the power from the explosion easily. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang's body moved quickly and appeared at the center of the storm. With a wave of his hands, he took the treasures real God Zi, as well as his Qian Kun ring. After doing that, Jian Wushuang's expression became unusually grave. I'm in huge trouble, Jian Wushuang murmured. Real God Zi Ye's explosion had indeed not injured him. However, the commotion caused by the self-detonation was extremely shocking. Moreover, he was in the dark region, which was a place where the concentration of star demons was the highest. Even though Jian Wushuang did not see any star demons while chasing after real God Zi in the dark region, after real God Zi self-detonated himself, Jian Wushuang saw the dark land below him cracking. Crack, crack! Cracks appeared on the dark land continuously, and within the cracks, swoosh, 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 black, ghost-like shadows came out of the ground, and there were so many of them that they were uncountable. Star demons, so many star demons. Jian Wushuang's expression turned grave. These star demons had actually been staying underground. Jian Wushuang's soul power had always been spread out. However, it did not seep deep into the ground of the dark land. As such, he did not realize the existence of the star demons previously. However, at that very moment, as the star demons appeared from underground continuously, when Jian Wushuang used his soul power to scan the area, he realized that in his vicinity alone there were more than thousands of star demons that had appeared. There were thousands of star demons. Moreover, most of them were matured star demons with horns. On top of that, there were also quite a number of three-horned star demons. Furthermore, the star demons were still coming out from the ground. I have to run away quickly. Read more chapter on novel full. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. When he realized that the star demons were coming out of the ground, he unleashed the secret skill of dragon blood to escape in the direction where he came from. The star demons, which were at the bottom, naturally noticed Jian Wushuang as well. As such, many star demons leaped high up in the sky and chased after Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's speed was extremely fast. Moreover, he had also unleashed thousands upon thousands of shadows. These shadows were moving in all directions crazily, and they had also attracted the attention of the star demons. A huge number of star demons could be seen throwing themselves onto the shadows. It is fortunate that the star demons are unable to distinguish me from my shadows. Thus, no matter how many of them there is still hope of me escaping by using my martial art motion. Jian Wushuang's expression was grave. However, all of a sudden, swoosh! A three-horned star demon with a body that was obviously larger than the other star demons appeared ahead of Jian Wushuang. Moreover, the most important thing was that the whole body of the three-horned star demon was crimson in color. Crimson star demon. Jian Wushuang was shocked. A three-horned green star demon could already rival top chaotic real god. As for a three-horned crimson star demon, it could rival human cultivators in the real god ranking list. A crimson star demon had actually appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Moreover, The crimson eyes of the Crimson Star Demon had already locked onto him, and it was not confused by the shadows. Whoosh! A crimson, glittering light moved hastily and appeared directly in front of Jian Wushuang. Whoosh! A sharp claw headed for Jian Wushuang's throat, and its speed was unbelievable. Not good. Jian Wushuang's expression changed quickly. In a flurry, he used his sword principles to block the attack. Clang! The sharp claw struck the sword blade of the Blood Mountain sword, and an unreasonable amount of power burst forth abruptly. Moreover, the power was treading along the sword blade. Not only had Jian Wushuang been wearing the blood feather reincarnation armor, his body had also achieved the level of a chaotic real god. However, at that very moment, under the impact of the power snap, Jian Wushuang's right arm was ripped off completely, and the Blood Mountain sword that he was holding in his hands was sent flying right away. Puff! Jian Wushuang spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body was blasted off like a shooting star. Along the way, he smashed into a number of star demons. Among those star demons, apart from a two-horned star demon which had slightly stronger abilities, the other star demons were turned into blood mist from the impact. It was only after a long time that Jian Wushuang regained his posture. Run! While suppressing the extreme pain in his body and disregarding his right arm, which had been ripped off, as well as his Blood Mountain sword which was sent flying, Jian Wushuang turned around and escaped quickly. After all, even if his weapon were lost, he could still think of a way to get it back. However, if his life were lost, everything would be lost. Moreover, due to the presence of the Crimson Star Demon, Jian Wushuang did not escape according to his original path. Instead, he could only continue to escape deep into the dark region. However, a huge number of star demons were beside him and in front of him, totally stopping him in his tracks. Jian Wushuang was caught in a hopeless situation. Chapter 1668, Desperate Situation. Chapter 1668, Desperate Situation. I belittled the dark region. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth. He had already put the secret skill of dragon to play to a great extent as he was besieged and hemmed in by the star demon. In actual fact, he was cautious enough. After he entered the dark region, he had been spreading his soul power to his surroundings, and even part of the underground was within the coverage of his soul power. He didn't notice the existence of any star demons, nor did he notice any danger. Hence, he was courageous enough to chase after real God Z. But he had never thought about the star demons hidden underground. They were out of the coverage of his soul power. With real God Z Ye's explosion, the star demons hidden deep underground were startled and popped up. Then he was cornered in a desperate situation. What should I do? What should I do? Jian Wushuang constantly thought about the countermeasures. He was calm and composed and wasn't panicking from the desperate situation he was in. After all, a desperate situation like this was something he had encountered countless times before. The number of star demons is too huge, and they were pressing in too closely. I didn't even have a chance to use Mountain River Map. Jian Wushuang's trump card, Mountain River Map. Once he performed 9 Province Seal and possesses the power to destroy the world. He could kill a large number of star demons on the spot. However, it wasn't easy to perform the trump card. He would at least require time to accumulate power. However, the star demons obviously wouldn't give him that chance. As for the secret skill of Star Palace, the secret skill of Star Place could only last for 1 breath when the number of star demons surrounding him was so huge. Even if he performed it, he reckoned it wouldn't be of much help. His 2 strongest trump cards were as such. As for his other tricks, like his soul attack, if he were to be fighting against weaker star demons, it would be fine. However, the crucial point was that there were tens of 3-horned star demons and hundreds of 2-horned star demons. Jian Wushuang's soul power was at the level of an eternal real god, and it wouldn't pose a threat against 2-horned star demons. The other 2 secret skills of ancient god tribe wouldn't help him to shake off the danger before him either. Mm. Jian Wushuang suddenly looked down at the dark ground under him. On the cracked, dark ground, there weren't any star demons that popped out anymore. To the underground, Jian Wushuang immediately snuck into the dark ground and plunged towards the underground. He knew that although star demons were extremely strong, they were different from human cultivators. They relied mostly on their sight power to hunt, unlike human cultivators who covered their surrounding with consciousness. As long as he went underground and got out of their sight, he could stand a chance to escape. His idea was great, but in the end, not long after he went underground, he immediately soared up from the underground. The underground in the dark region contained such strong corrosive power. Jian Wushuang looked unpleasant. He finally understood why the star demons in the dark region opted to hide deep underground. It was because there was a unique corrosive power in the underground. The deep it was, the stronger the corrosive power was. It was so strong that Jian Wushuang's chaotic, real God level divine body couldn't withstand it. However, to Star Demon, the corrosive power was an extremely great supplement. It was also the corrosive power that had nurtured them all this while. If I can't go underground, then I shall try the river. Jian Wushuang spread his soul power to his extreme, and he could feel that there was a huge river tens of thousand miles away. The river current was tempestuous, and the river was in black. It looked unusually creepy. However, at the crucial moment, Jian Wushuang couldn't be bothered. He plunged down and fled into the black river without hesitation. The moment he entered the water, he felt a bolt of corrosive power as well. Luckily, although the river has corrosive power, the corrosive power isn't as strong as deep underground. With my divine body, I can just about withstand it, Jian Wushuang muttered as he plunged into the water. Although the countless star demons plunged into the river after Jian Wushuang, the moment he reached the bottom of the river and was covered by the water, they found it difficult to see Jian Wushuang's location. There's hope! Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. However, the surprise only lasted for a short while. Then, Jian Wushuang noticed two figures that followed behind him. There were two tall, three-horned star demons, and the two of them were a crimson red. They looked just like two crimson star demons. One of them had fought against Jian Wushuang earlier and inflicted a severe injury that broke his arm. He even lost his Blood Mountain sword because of it. When there was only one, it already caused such damage. Then there were a total of two crimson star demons behind Jian Wushuang, and their eyes were giving out crimson light. They weren't giving him a chance to escape and locked their gazes on Jian Wushuang even when they were in the river. Damn it! Jian Wushuang couldn't help but curse. Then he immediately made a decision. Two crimson star demons! Jian Wushuang's gaze grew cold, and there was a unique power that soared from within. That power was the power of Star Palace. Besides, between Jian Wushuang's eyebrows, there was a total of 6 gold ancient stars that revealed themselves. Along with Jian Wushuang's expression, the top 2 ancient stars broke apart. The secret skill of Ancient God, Star Destruction skill. The 2 ancient stars shattered and turned into a boundless power of Ancient God that instantly flowed into Jian Wushuang's right index finger. In addition to Jian Wushuang's divine power and the power of stars, the finger suddenly gave out a resplendent, divine glow. Ancient God's 6th finger, sun corrosion. Rumble. A huge sun suddenly surfaced from under the river. The sun was extremely glorious along with having a terrifying power. The surrounding river water was evaporating at a terrifying speed. Ancient God's 6th finger. The 6th finger was performed by Jian Wushuang along with the secret of Star Palace and the prerequisite of him breaking 2 ancient stars. The power of the finger had already reached the extreme limit that a real god could achieve. Even the real gods on Real God ranking list, there were definitely very few who could perform such a powerful attack. Then the fingers suddenly charged towards the two crimson star demons that were chasing after him. Then the two crimson star demons were drowned straight away. Just as Jian Wushuang performed ancient god Six-Finger with his all to kill the two crimson star demons in the deepest bottom of the river. Virum! There were two crimson lanterns that appeared from nowhere. The two lanterns were as glorious as the sun, but due to the existence of the prohibition, the light didn't spread. The power of Star Palace. An ancient yet deep voice was heard, but the voice didn't spread. Chapter 1669. Unexpected Rescue from a Desperate Situation. Chapter 1669. Unexpected Rescue from a Desperate Situation. At the bottom of the dark river, the power of the ancient god's Six-Finger that Jian Wushuang had used his full power to unleash burst forth. Rumble, a great amount of water evaporated, and the power of the Sixth Finger caused the two crimson star demons to give shrill cries. After the power dissipated, among the two crimson star demons, one of them was killed on the spot, while the other one fortunately survived. Although it survived, it was in an extremely tragic state where it had become extremely weak like never before and had lost its fighting capabilities. With a wave of Jian Wushuang's hands, he took the demon core of the dead crimson star demon. After that, his body continued to escape madly toward the bottom of the river. Without the two crimson star demons chasing after him, Jian Wushuang saw a chance of surviving. However, at that moment, buzz! All of a sudden, the river water ahead of Jian Wushuang revolved and turned into a whirlpool in the blink of an eye. The whirlpool was bottomless, and Jian Wushuang was also not sure of what the core of the whirlpool was. However, as soon as the whirlpool appeared, it headed toward Jian Wushuang as if it was controlled by someone else. Jian Wushuang's expression changed greatly. However, the power that the whirlpool contained totally exceeded his expectations, and he was completely swallowed by the whirlpool without being able to resist at all. After that, the whirlpool dissipated slowly and the whole dark river quietened down. Only a number of star demons who were still looking for traces of Jian Wushuang in the river remained. However, no matter how hard they looked, they were unable to find Jian Wushuang. This was a standalone space in the deepest part or the bottom of the river. The whole space was covered by a special seal. However, one could still see the rippling sprays of water on the other side of the seal, faintly. A ray of light flashed past, and Jian Wushuang's body appeared in the standalone space. Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. Previously, he was about to shake the star demons off. However, a giant whirlpool had appeared on the river and swallowed him, bringing him to his current location. This place should be a standalone space, right? Jian Wushuang was looking around his surroundings. As he was quite knowledgeable, he was able to recognize that he was within a standalone space with just a glance. Moreover, the standalone space was most likely at the bottom of the dark river. A long time ago, I heard that the dark region of the 8 layers contained quite a number of special places, and even almighties were unable to find them. Looking at it now, that seems to be the case. At the least, I reckon that no one in the whole Sanctuary Alliance knows about the standalone space that I am in now, Jian Wushuang said surprisingly. The standalone space was extremely vast, and Jian Wushuang was unable to see its end. Moreover, close to 100% of the standalone space was occupied by a big mountain. A big mountain. Yes, it was indeed a giant mountain. From the time Jian Wushuang had begun his training to that moment, he had never seen such a gigantic mountain. Although I cannot see the end, this big mountain should cover at least hundreds of millions of miles of this standalone space, Jian Wushuang murmured. The mountain, which covered hundreds of millions of miles, was only made up of one mountain, and it was not a mountain range made up of countless mountains. Jian Wushuang was exclaiming in admiration. However, all of a sudden, rumble, the giant mountain in front of Jian Wushuang shook abruptly. In the standalone space, the shaking was considered an earthquake in the universe, and countless crushed stones that were 10 miles or even hundreds of miles high fell from the mountain crazily. This is... Jian Wushuang opened his eyes big, and he was staring at the scene which was about to unfold in front of him. At the next moment, a scene which caused him to be terrified unfolded. At the center of the gigantic mountain, an enormous head came out from the entrance of a tremendous cave. It was too huge. The head was too huge. It was so huge that it completely exceeded his expectations. From Jian Wushuang's experience, the living thing with the biggest body that he had ever seen was the king of venomous worms when he was at its peak. When he had seen the king of venomous worms for the first time, the space he had occupied was so big that it could form an island. Hence, the king of venomous worms' body had caused Jian Wushuang to be shocked. However, at that moment, when he saw the head which had come out, Jian Wushuang knew that the king of venomous worms' body was considered nothing. It was incomparable to the head in front of him. The size of the head alone was definitely hundreds of times larger than the island that the king of venomous worms had formed when he was at his peak. That's right, it was as big as hundreds of kings of venomous worms. Moreover, it was only the head. If the head was like that, what about its body? Jian Wushuang was swallowing his saliva, and he was stunned. If his guess was not wrong, the gigantic mountain in front of him, which caused him to be in disbelief, was the body of the living thing. It was an unbelievable living thing which occupied hundreds of millions of miles of space. As for what exactly was the living thing, Jian Wushuang managed to recognize it as the huge head that came out from the cave was the head of a dragon. Dragon turtle. Jian Wushuang's body trembled in fear. The living thing in front of him was a dragon turtle that was unbelievably gigantic. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang suppressed his fear and greeted respectfully, "I am Jian Wushuang. Greetings to Elder Dragon Turtle." "Jian Wushuang? That's your name?" An ancient and deep voice could be heard from the dragon turtle. The voice was loud, and it resounded across the whole standalone space. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded his head hastily. "Your name is not too bad. However, your abilities merely pure sun realm. Moreover, you have only entered this realm for not too long. You are really too weak," the dragon turtle said. "Pure sun realm." Jian Wushuang was stunned. He was currently at the level of a real god, and he had never heard of anyone using the term pure sun realm instead of real god. "Little kid, there's a palace on my back, and you should go there," the dragon turtle said. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Without hesitation, his body floated up, and he landed on the back of the dragon turtle, which was also the higher end of the lofty mountain. When Jian Wushuang raised his eyes, he saw an extremely huge crystal palace. The crystal palace was about 100,000 feet tall and millions of miles wide. It was definitely an extremely gigantic palace. However, as it was on the back of the dragon turtle, it was completely obstructed from his view, and he did not realize it. Jian Wushuang's body continued moving, and in no time he appeared before the palace door of the crystal palace. At that moment, a dim shadow appeared in front of him. The dim shadow slowly came into view and became a golden-skinned old man. The old man had strange looks, and he also had a long golden tail behind him. However, at the moment that such a strange old man appeared, Jian Wushuang's body, mind, and soul trembled in fear. Jian Wushuang also had an illusion that the strange old man in front of him could easily kill him a countless number of times for as long as he wanted to. Moreover, no matter what trump cards or techniques he had, there would still be no room for him to struggle. "You are Elder Dragon Turtle." Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and questioned reservedly. Chapter 1670 Coffin. Chapter 1670 Coffin. "It's me." The weird elderly with a long golden tail spoke. "However, I don't like it when people call me Elder Dragon Turtle. My name is Long Qi. You can call me Lord Long Qi." Yes, Lord Long Qi, Jian Wushuang greeted politely. Jian Wushuang behaved rather respectfully when he was talking to a superb expert that could kill him countless times with a snap of his fingers. Let's go. Follow me into the palace to see the master, Long Qi said. The master? Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. From his viewpoint, Long Qi before him was already shockingly strong, but who knew that he would have a master? Just how strong was his master? Jian Wushuang gulped and suppressed the fear in him. Then he followed Long Qi into the Crystal Palace. On the way, Long Qi suddenly asked, Jian Wushuang, where did you learn the secret skill of 7 star? Secret skill of 7 star? What secret skill of 7 star? Jian Wushuang looked confused. You don't know. Long Qi stole a glance at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang shook his head subconsciously. There were many secret skills that he had cultivated, but there was not one that was called the secret skill of 7 star. You don't know about secret skill of 7 star, but when you were fighting against the 2 creatures outside, you performed that secret skill. The secret skill contains the unique power of stars, if I'm not mistaken, Long Qi said. The power of stars. Jian Wushuang stunned, and he said, the secret skill that I performed just now is called the secret skill of Star Palace, but not secret skill of 7 star. What secret skill of Star Palace? Who named it? Long Qi's face grew upset, and there was a pressure that was given out uncontrollably. Jian Wushuang immediately became apprehensive and cautious. Such pressure! My goodness! Jian Wushuang felt bitter. Let me ask you, how did you get the secret skill? Long Qi asked, and he reined in his pressure. Jian Wushuang let out a breath of relief and answered, Sir, the secret skill is one of the 4 secret skills of Lineage of Star. It is extremely famous in the eternal chaotic world, and it was created by the Master of Star Palace from Lineage of Star. Everyone knows that. Why would Lord Long Qi say that it's secret skill of 7 star? Created by the Master of Star Palace? Tell me, at what level is the Master of Star Palace? Long Qi asked with interest. The Master of Star Palace is an almighty, and he is a top expert among the almighties. Of course, compared to you, he is far behind, Jian Wushuang said. He was telling the truth. It wasn't like he had never seen the Master of Star Palace. Although he had never seen the Master of Star Palace launch an attack with his own eyes, he was sure that the Master of Star Palace couldn't compare favorably with Lord Long Qi. He can't even win against me. How can he create the secret skill of 7 star? Long Qi scoffed. Young man, let me tell you, the secret skill that you cultivated is the secret skill of 7 star that our Master of 7 star Black Sect created personally. The Master of Star Palace that you were talking about earlier, I reckon he got lucky and inherited it from the 7 star Black Sect Master. That's why he obtained the secret skill. 7 star Black Sect. Jian Wushuang was stunned. He had wandered in eternal chaotic world for so long, and he had joined Sanctuary Alliance. He was considered quite knowledgeable and experienced, but he had never heard of 7 star Black Sect. However, Jian Wushuang could imagine that a sect that included superb experts like Long Qi and his master, and also created secret skill of 7 star, was definitely a terrifying sect. If Jian Wushuang wasn't mistaken, a sect like this should have only existed in ancient times. We of 7 star Black Sect already vanished for so many years. Your so-called Master of Star Palace could get a partial inheritance from 7 star Black Sect. He is quite lucky. But you're quite lucky yourself, too. You came to the place when Master was asleep and triggered the power of stars, which awakened me. Otherwise, you might already be dead by the hands of those creatures, Long Qi chuckled. Thank you for coming to the rescue. Jian Wushuang could tell that Long Qi was the one who had made the whirlpool in the water earlier and brought him into the independent space. If not, he would definitely still be being chased after by those star demons. He might stand a slim chance to escape, but he most likely would be killed by the star demons. Humph! I saw that you cultivated the secret skill of 7-star and seemed to be associated with 7-star Black Sect. That's why I saved you. However, I can only save you temporarily. As for how you leave in the future, I can't help much with that, Long Qi said. Jian Wushuang smiled, but didn't bother. Under the lead of Long Qi, Jian Wushuang quickly arrived at the middle of the Crystal Palace. The lofty hall had many decorations that were made of crystals. In the middle of the hall, there was a huge crystal coffin floating in the air. Yes, a coffin. In the coffin, there was a person lying down serenely. It was a black-haired man who was taller than 5 meters and dressed in a luxurious gold robe. The black-haired man looked gentle and pretty. His demonic prettiness was enchanting. In terms of appearance, the black-haired man put many beautiful women in eternal chaotic world to shame. This is Lord Long Qi's master? Jian Wushuang looked at the coffin before him, dumbfounded. He looked at the black-haired man in the coffin. The black-haired man was lying down serenely with his eyes closed, but there was a shapeless power that was being given out from his body that reigned in Jian Wushuang's consciousness. The image changed, and Jian Wushuang suddenly realized that he was brought to a huge battlefield out of nowhere. On the battlefield, a massacre was being carried out. The sky was tainted with blood. The uppermost heavens were torn with a few cracks forcefully in the battle. From the cracks, there were pillars of water showering down. It was obvious that the sky had holes in it. On the ground below, there were words that collapsed one after another. Thousands of living things broke around the world and instantly vanished into thin air. Superb experts with shocking powers passed away in the war one after another. Some experts passed away, and their bodies immediately turned into billowing hills or turned into a sea of blood. Among the experts, a pretty man who was more than 5 meters tall was letting out roars as unwillingness filled his ears. The loud roar reverberated in Jian Wushuang's ears. Doomed. 7-star Black Sect is doomed. Xian Yi. It's all because of you. A hysterical roar shook Jian Wushuang, and the image shattered. In the Crystal Palace, Jian Wushuang's consciousness woke. At that very moment, his head was empty. Chapter 1671, Ancient Past. Chapter 1671, Ancient Past. Shock. Jian Wushuang's mind was filled with shock. The earth-shaking battle in the video had completely exceeded Jian Wushuang's expectations. The commotion and power generated from the battle were enough to show that it was a world-destroying battle. There was also a huge number of experts who had fallen during the battle. Although Jian Wushuang did not participate in the battle, he could still feel that among the experts who had fallen, any one of them would definitely be a super expert who stood at the top of the pyramid if they were placed in the current eternal chaotic world. Moreover, it was also unknown as to whether the eternal chaotic world still contained super experts of that caliber. Furthermore, it would be impossible for such a great battle to occur in the current eternal chaotic world. Ancient Past. Great battle of the ancient past. Jian Wushuang understood at once. Ancient past, that was an era that was so long ago that it had become a legend. Jian Wushuang had also heard of some rumors about the ancient past. It was said that in the ancient past there were innumerable experts as well as plenty of super experts who could destroy the universe, and it was not an era that could be compared to the current eternal chaotic world. However, after the great battle, the ancient past collapsed. Moreover, countless experts of that era were on the brink of extinction, and even the universe had changed greatly. After the ancient past, another era seemed to have passed, and the world had slowly developed into the current eternal chaotic world. The ancient past was extremely long ago. Furthermore, the gap between the experts of that era and the experts of the current era was too huge. Hence, the ancient past became a legend. However, after looking at the video, Jian Wushuang could confirm that the video was showing the great battle of the ancient past. The 7-star Black Sect had probably disappeared during the great battle of the ancient past. As for the master of the Crystal Palace, he was the black-robed man within the coffin which was in front of Jian Wushuang, and he was a super expert of the ancient past. Apart from the great battle, the thing that had caused Jian Wushuang to be shocked the most were the loud shouts from the black-robed man during the great battle. Jian Wushuang heard the name that he had mentioned in his loud shouts clearly. Xianyi, Xianyi, it's all because of you. It should be known that the name of Jian Wushuang's master was Xianyi as well. With two similar names, Jian Wushuang could not help but guess that the Xianyi who the black-robed man mentioned was the same person as his master. Could his master be a super expert who came from the ancient past, just like the black-robed man? Jian Wushuang. The strange old man Long Qi, who was dragging his golden tail, looked over. You should have seen that video, right? How do you feel? Do you feel very shocked? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded his head subconsciously. Ha! It's normal for you to be shocked. Not to mention a little kid like you, who is in the pure sun realm. If it had been anyone else who saw that kind of great battle, he would also be extremely shocked, Long Qi chuckled. Lord Long Qi, did you also participate in that battle? Jian Wushuang could not help but ask. Of course I participated. Even though that earth-shaking battle was many years ago, it still causes me to feel fearful. My master was an unbelievable person. However, he nearly died during that battle. Up till now, he has been in a deep sleep, and it is unknown when he will wake up again. Moreover, it's a pity that my abilities were too low and I was unable to help Master at all during that battle. Long Qi sighed. Lord Long Qi, your abilities were considered extremely low during that battle. Jian Wushuang's heart twitched. After taking a deep breath, he continued to ask, Lord, do you know what caused that battle? No idea. Long Qi shook his head. I am a dragon turtle and I have always been sleepy. Hence, I have always spent the years in deep sleep. It is only when Master calls for me that I will show myself and fight side by side with him. However, I have never asked Master about his personal life. Moreover, the battle back then came about abruptly. Not to mention me, even many fallen immortal existences were not sure about the cause of the battle up until the moment that they died. Even without knowing the cause, all those super experts died. Jian Wushuang was shocked. After that he asked again, Lord Long Qi, in that video, your master mentioned the name Xianyi. Do you know that person? Jian Wushuang was expressionless. He naturally could not tell Long Qi that his own master was called Xianyi. I don't know about him. Long Qi shook his head like before. Although I don't know who Xianyi is, I know that the cause of that shocking great battle is definitely related to him. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He knew that when he had heard the furious roar from the black-robed man in the video, he could tell that the black-robed man hated Xianyi. Jian Wushuang did not know whether the cause of the great battle was related to Xianyi. However, he could confirm that the destruction of the seven-star black sect was definitely highly related to Xianyi. I wonder if the Xianyi who the black-robed man mentioned is the same person as my master Xianyi. If it's the same person, then my master... Jian Wushuang could not help but clench his fists. He had already guessed that the background of his own master was not normal. However, he had never linked him to the ancient past. Ancient past, it was really too far away from that very moment. Jian Wushuang. All of a sudden, Long Qi looked toward Jian Wushuang. You have cultivated the secret skill of 7-star and have also come to the place where Master is in a deep sleep. This means that fate has brought you and Master together. Please go and greet my Master. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. The black-robed man, lying in the coffin in front of him, was a super expert from the ancient past. Moreover, the secret skill of 7-star which he had cultivated was also from the 7-star black sect. Hence, Jian Wushuang found it worth it to greet the black-robed man in front of him. Jian Wushuang came before the coffin, took a deep breath, and paid respect to the black-robed man who was in the coffin immediately. He paid respect to the black-robed man for 2 breaths' time before standing up. "Jian Wushuang, please follow me." After talking, Long Qi brought Jian Wushuang to the deepest part of the Crystal Palace. Jian Wushuang naturally followed him obediently. In a split second, Long Qi brought Jian Wushuang to a lofty palace. The big palace was also composed of crystals. However, what was different was that the crystals were black in color. The whole area was also in complete darkness, and not even the slightest bit of light could be seen. "Lord Long Qi, this place is—" Jian Wushuang questioned doubtfully. "Don't be anxious, look carefully," Long Qi said nonchalantly. Jian Wushuang stopped asking and looked ahead of him quietly with great concentration. The Crystal Palace was in complete darkness. However, bright starlight started to light up from the black crystals which were in front of Jian Wushuang. There was a total of 7 rays of starlight. The 7 rays of starlight were arranged in an extremely special way, and in no time, they became a dazzling 7-star pattern. Chapter 1672, 7-star picture, Eta Ursi Majoris. Chapter 1672, 7-star picture, Eta Ursi Majoris. The huge 7-star picture was displayed before Jian Wushuang in a unique way. Jian Wushuang looked at the 7 stars in the picture, but he didn't understand anything from it. "Lord Long Qi, this picture is—" Jian Wushuang asked subconsciously. "This is the 7-star picture that only 7-star Black Sect has. The experts of 7-star Black Sect use it to comprehend the order of heaven and earth, and also rules of auxiliary treasure." "The order of heaven and earth? The rules?" Jian Wushuang was astonished. "Of course, these things for you, who are in pure sun realm, are too far beyond. However, considering the fact that you were quite respectful when you greeted Master just now, I will give you an opportunity to comprehend. After all, one who cultivates the secret skill of 7-star is hard to come by. Someone who is related to Master came. I can't let them leave empty-handed," Long Qi said. "An opportunity to comprehend." Jian Wushuang was filled with excitement. Although he didn't know what was so special about the 7-star picture, the picture was useful to the experts in ancient times, so he believed it was definitely useful. "Lord Long Qi, how do I comprehend this 7-star picture?" Jian Wushuang asked. "In 7-star picture, there is a total of 7 stars. The 7 stars are Alpha Ursi Majoris, Beta Ursi Majoris, Gamma Ursi Majoris, Delta Ursi Majoris, Epsilon Ursi Majoris, Zeta Ursi Majoris, and Eta Ursi Majoris. Every star has a unique orbit and evolution. Among the 7 stars, Alpha Ursi Majoris' orbit and evolution is the most unfathomable, while Eta Ursi Majoris has the easiest orbit and evolution. With your current power, you can only barely comprehend Eta Ursi Majoris. Remember this. You only have this one chance to comprehend. As for how much you can comprehend, that comes down to your capability," Long Qi said, and moved towards the last star on 7-star picture. Suddenly, the other 6 stars disappeared, while the star that Long Qi tapped on was quickly magnified in Jian Wushuang's eyes. "Cherish this opportunity." Long Qi drew back his palm before he turned and walked out of the hall. In the hall, there was only Jian Wushuang alone with a huge star before him. The star was extremely huge. Jian Wushuang looked at the star as though he saw a huge world. His entire mind and body were immersed into the star. At the beginning, the star had yet to complete and was under the breeding process. As time flew past, the star began to perfect and grow slowly. Just like a human, from growing on the placenta to being born and growing up. From a baby that grew up into a teenager, a young adult, and finally entered adulthood. The evolution of the star was the same. However, the time taken was longer than a human by a few folds. A star would take at least tens of millions of years to be born. This is a star's orbit and evolution. Too unfathomable, too magical. Jian Wushuang was in unprecedented shock. He knew that he needed to comprehend, but the orbiting and evolution of star was far beyond his imagination. He couldn't feel the thing at the depths, but he could only feel a rough orbit. But even though Jian Wushuang could only feel something rough, it was a drastic transformation. The time flew past, since human birth till adulthood, and in the end growing old and dying. The star followed a similar fashion. After a star was born, until it became perfect, it would have to face a breakdown and an extermination in the end. With the aid of 7-star picture, Jian Wushuang saw the progress of a star's birth to extermination clearly. The entire process took more than hundreds of millions of years, but comprehension in reality only took 10 years. 10 years later, the star broke down and turned into dust. The comprehension of 7-star picture ended as well. However, Jian Wushuang continued to sit in the hall. His consciousness was still indulged in the transformation process of the star, and he continued to understand and comprehend. 3 months later, Jian Wushuang slowly came back to reality. Read more chapter on novel full. Phew! Jian Wushuang let out a breath of relief, and there was shock in Jian Wushuang's eyes. It's too magical. The transformation progress of the star is too magical. It's a pity that I could only see something so superficial. Jian Wushuang found it a regrettable matter. He had once been to many unique places and comprehended some magical things. However, anything that he had comprehended previously couldn't be compared favorably with 7-star picture. Even the 27 scroll paintings in Fairy Palace in Sanctuary Alliance were too different from 7-star picture. My comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine has heightened. Jian Wushuang suddenly looked surprised. He could feel that he had used the power of reincarnation and it had improved tremendously. He reckoned that his reincarnation doctrine could possess the power to pass through the 5th level in Doctrine Palace. As for space-time doctrine, it was the same too. Although his comprehension of space-time doctrine had yet to pass through the 6th level in Doctrine Palace currently, he wasn't far from it. Out of the 27 scroll paintings in Space-Time Fairy Palace, he had definitely already comprehended 16 paintings. Even the 17th painting, he had comprehended more than half of it. In merely 10 years of comprehension, he had merely comprehended the evolutionary process of Eta Ursae Majoris, which was the lowest in 7-star picture, and he could merely see the superficial things. But in the end, his comprehension towards doctrines had improved tremendously. What Jian Wushuang found unbelievable was that not only did the 10 years of comprehension helped him to improve the power and comprehension towards the power of Heaven Way, but he had also improved tremendously in soul power via comprehension. My current soul strength should have reached the level of chaotic real God, an extremely strong kind of chaotic real God. Jian Wushuang clenched his hand and felt the soul fire in the sea of his consciousness. The soul fire was much bigger than before. In terms of size itself, it was 3 times bigger. One should know that Jian Wushuang's soul power was at the standard of an ordinary eternal real God. With 1 time of comprehension, it had instantly increased so much. The 7-star picture. It lives up to the reputation of a treasure that helped superb experts in ancient time in comprehension. Jian Wushuang muttered. Jian Wushuang sighed and slowly got up to walk out of the hall. Just as he walked out of the hall, Jian Wushuang saw Long Qi, who was waiting for him while leaning against a crystal pillar. Long Qi opened his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang. "Young man, you look like you have gained quite a bit, huh?" Jian Wushuang smiled at his comment. His reward was not only quite a bit, it was great. Chapter 1673. A Presumptuous Request. Chapter 1673. A Presumptuous Request. comprehending that 7-star pattern has indeed caused my abilities to skyrocket. However, even with that, I am still not confident that I can leave safely. Jian Wushuang's expression turned grave. I have already given you the opportunity. As for whether you can leave this place alive, that's none of my business. Long Qi said indifferently, Of course, if you really have no confidence, you can continue training in this palace for a period of time and leave when you are powerful enough. After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang frowned. He was sure that outside the standalone space, there were a huge number of star demons. As soon as he went out, he would definitely be hunted down by the star demons crazily. Moreover, with his current abilities, it was totally impossible for him to escape from the dark region with those star demons besieging him. It would only be possible if he could make a breakthrough and become a stage 2 ultimate real god. However, to reach that stage, he would need to accumulate a huge amount of divine power. Furthermore, it would take a long time for the divine power to accumulate. By just relying on his own training, he would still be unable to make a breakthrough even after 100,000 years' time. Moreover, to him, 100,000 years' time was too long. The space and time of the dark region is special. Hence, I cannot send a message out. With that, I am also unable to request for help from the lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. Even the lineage of Star did not know that he had chased real God Z to the dark region. At that moment, the lineage of Star was probably looking for his whereabouts anxiously. However, it was near to impossible for the lineage of Star to expand their search all the way into the dark region. Since he was unable to rely on the lineage of Star, he could only rely on himself. Just relying blindly on my own training to accumulate divine power will waste too much time. The only shortcut is to find a way to get more demon cores. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. He was in the dark region, which was the place that was most concentrated with star demons, as well as the place with the most powerful star demons. Hence, it would be extremely difficult to go on a killing spree wantonly in such a place to obtain demon cores. However, it was not impossible. Lord Longqi, I would like to make a presumptuous request, Jian Wushuang said respectfully. Tell me your request. Longqi shot a glance at Jian Wushuang. For the next period of time, I will try to go outside and hunt for star demons. Thus, I would like to have the right to enter this standalone space freely. Jian Wushuang felt a bit nervous. After all, there were no friendly relations between him and Lord Longqi. Previously, Longqi had only saved him as he had cultivated the secret skill of 7-star as well. Moreover, Longqi also gave him an opportunity. All these actions were just Longqi being kind. However, at that moment, he still requested Longqi to give him the right to enter the standalone space freely. The standalone space was the sleeping place of Longqi's master, who was the black-robed man lying in the coffin. I can agree to this. However, it will be limited to 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, you have to leave, Longqi said. 1,000 years. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, and he nodded his head immediately. That's more than enough. All right, I will create a space passage that links this place to the outside world. For the next 1,000 years, you can use that space passage to enter and exit this place freely, Longqi said. Lord, thank you very much. Jian Wushuang was delighted. You can take your time and train here. After talking, Longqi's body disappeared with a flash. After Longqi left, Jian Wushuang sat down with his legs crossed right away. If I wish to leave this place quickly, I have to obtain a huge number of demon cores so that I can make a breakthrough. As for the way to obtain demon cores, Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly. He already had a plan in his mind. There's no rush. Let me first absorb the pure power from the demon cores that I currently have. Jian Wushuang laughed apathetically. With a wave of his big hands, a huge number of demon cores appeared in front of him. Those demon cores were obtained by Jian Wushuang from real god Z Yez Qian Kunring. Real God Zi had been traveling in the core area of the eighth layer throughout the years, and he had been doing so for more than thousands of years. Thus, during the thousands of years, he had naturally obtained many demon cores from hunting star demons. However, after Jian Wushuang had killed him, those demon cores had naturally landed in the hands of Jian Wushuang, and there were hundreds of them. Of course, among the hundreds of demon cores, most of them were grade 1 demon cores and grade 2 demon cores. As for grade 3 demon cores, there were very few of them. Moreover, among the demon cores, the highest grade demon core was a crimson core. This demon core was obtained by Jian Wushuang after using his trump card to kill a 3-horned crimson star demon. The amount of pure power that the crimson core contained was extremely shocking. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang started to absorb the pure power from the demon cores with great concentration immediately. However, he did not know that Lord Longqi was secretly observing him from somewhere within the Crystal Palace. He was observing each and every action of Jian Wushuang. This little kid is absorbing the power within the demon cores. Longqi frowned. The power within the demon cores are exceptionally pure, and it is a great idea to absorb them. However, the divine power that this little kid possesses is extremely strange. Jian Wushuang possessed the ultimate divine power, which was completely different from the divine power of a normal real god. The only thing was that normal experts would not be able to tell such a kind of special divine power apart. Within the eternal chaotic world, even many almighties would be unable to tell it apart. They would at most think that Jian Wushuang's divine power was many times stronger than someone else who was of a similar realm to him. As for Longqi, as an expert from the ancient past, he could tell that Jian Wushuang's divine power was not normal. Even though he has just entered the pure sun realm, his divine power is so strong. The cultivation techniques that this little kid cultivates are not normal. Moreover, I can also feel a very peculiar treasure from him. What will this treasure be? It would require time to absorb the demon cores. The higher the level of the demon core, the slower the absorption speed. With hundreds of demon cores and even a crimson core, Jian Wushuang only finished absorbing all the pure power from the demon cores after a total of 11 years. Moreover, after he was done with the absorption, his body, which had originally contained 5 droplets of ultimate divine power, had managed to form the 6th droplet at that moment. Furthermore, he was very close to forming the 7th ultimate divine power water droplet. A little bit more, just a little bit more, and the 7th ultimate divine power water droplet will be formed. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly, and his eyes were glowing brilliantly. He could feel very clearly that he was getting closer and closer to stage 2 ultimate real god. I have finished absorbing all the demon cores that I have obtained from real God Zi. Next, it's about time for me to execute my plan, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. At the next moment, he stood up slowly, stretched his body, and headed out of the palace immediately. After walking out of the Crystal Palace, what Jian Wushuang saw was still the giant standalone space, and at the end of his field of vision there was a space passage. Without much hesitation, Jian Wushuang's body turned vague, and he entered the space passage straight away. Chapter 1674, Hunting Plan. Chapter 1674, Hunting Plan. The space tunnel connected the independent space to the outside, but it was still the bottom of the dark river. Jian Wushuang, who had returned to the bottom of the rive, spread his soul power at the first instant. After 20 years, the dark river settled down entirely. The star demons that chased after Jian Wushuang to the bottom of the river back then had already returned to the shore. Jian Wushuang slowly got closer to the shore. Although he was underwater, Jian Wushuang's soul power covered everything on the shore. As expected, the star demon didn't return to the underground. Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn. The star demon clan was very unique. Previously, when Jian Wushuang had chased after real God Zi and come into the dark region. The star demons were hidden deep in the underground. However, since they were startled, the star demons had climbed up from the underground. In a short time, they wouldn't return to the underground. Jian Wushuang naturally couldn't leave the dark region in silence. "There are so many of them," Jian Wushuang exclaimed in surprise. Merely within the coverage of his soul power, there were more than thousands of star demons. Among the thousands of star demons, almost all were adult star demons who possessed demon cores. There were many two-horned and three-horned star demons. Jian Wushuang aimed at the region with the most densely populated star demons. Then he moved towards the region underwater. At the same time, there was a scroll painting that appeared in Jian Wushuang's hand. When he got closer to the region, he threw the scroll painting into the dark void above. The scroll painting instantly flowed into the dark void. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. The star demons at the scene, including those strong three horns green star demons and three horns crimson star demons, had yet to respond, but the dark void above took a drastic change. A huge, enchanting scroll painting world surfaced. The scroll painting world covered the entire sky like water flowing gracefully. In the scroll painting, there were 9 pieces of land. The boundless aura spread across from the scroll painting world that attracted the star demons below to notice it, and they let out groans and roars. There was a large number of star demons roaring, but there was no star demon that noticed Jian Wushuang, who was hiding in the water, until the boundless divine power swept out from Jian Wushuang's body to evaporate the surrounding river water and caused a huge movement. The star demons slowly noticed his existence. Human, cultivator. Eat, kill, kill. A large number of star demons instantly swarmed over and charged at Jian Wushuang. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang was also soaring with murderous intention. Mountain River as palm and 9 province as print. A seal breaks heaven. Jian Wushuang uttered every single word coldly, and every word contained special magic power. In the scroll painting world, the 9 lands suddenly became alive. One of them even surfaced from the scroll painting world gradually. A terrifying pressure pressed over madly. The star demons that were within the coverage of the land felt the pressure, and their roars became more shrill and mad. "Begone!" There was a sharp gleam in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The lofty land finally descended and pressed onto the vast land before Jian Wushuang. In an instant, the tens of thousands of miles of vast land was crushed by the lofty land while the star demons roared in madness. A terrifying power exploded entirely, and those star demons almost instantly crushed them into pieces under the pressure of the lofty land. Rumble. A terrifying power formed into storm that dispersed in all directions. Very soon, everything settled down. The mountain river map rolled up, and Jian Wushuang kept it. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and swept his soul power out. He could clearly see within the expanse of tens of thousand miles crushed by the lofty land before him. It had originally had a large number of star demons, but then there were only 3 star demons that were alive. The 3 star demons were Three Horns Crimson Star Demon, which could be compared favorably with an expert on human real god ranking list. They could barely survive the crush of the lofty land. But besides the 3 Crimson Star Demons, the rest of the 1,000 star demons were dead. In the huge land, rays of black light glowed. The lights were demon cores. In a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. So many demon cores. I'll see how many can I get. Jian Wushuang licked his lips, and there was a flash of heat in his eyes. The next moment, he soared up into a statue of dark gold ancient god, and the statue revealed 4 heads and 8 arms at the same time. The divine power in Jian Wushuang started burning with madness, and in the next moment, he gave full play to the secret skill of dragon blood to his limit. Swoosh! There was a ray of golden lightning suddenly sweeping out, and it barged into the expanse of tens of thousands of miles that was crushed by a sky-breaking seal. That ray sucked in the floating demon cores into his Qian Kun ring. In the coverage of the tens of thousands of miles, the 3 green star demons that weren't killed earlier saw Jian Wushuang's movement, and they immediately let out a sad and shrill scream. Then they plunged towards Jian Wushuang in an instant. Besides, in the expanse of tens of thousands of miles, there were still demon stars that were charging over madly. Among the 3 crimson star demons, the one who was closest to Jian Wushuang only needed at most 2 breaths to get to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang tried his best to take in as many demon cores as possible within the 2 breaths. Take! Jian Wushuang seized the time to collect them. 2 breaths' time passed in the blink of an eye. The first crimson star demon had already arrived. Jian Wushuang was shocked at the sight and acted without hesitation. Escape! Under the amplitude of the secret skill of dragon blood, Jian Wushuang's speed was shockingly fast, and he cast a lot of shadows at the same time. Although the shadows couldn't confuse the crimson star demons, Jian Wushuang's speed increased slightly with the aid of his martial art motion. As he ran at full speed, Jian Wushuang arrived at the Black River again after a short while, and he instantly dived down into the river. The star demons naturally dived down into the river as well. They were chasing after Jian Wushuang madly. In the deepest bottom of the river, there was a space tunnel. Jian Wushuang snuck into the space tunnel and vanished before the star demons that were chasing after him. Swoosh! A dark, golden flowing light burst out from another end of the space tunnel and appeared in the independent space again. The dark, golden flowing light dispersed, and Jian Wushuang's body was slowly revealed. At that very moment, he looked surprised. Done! My hunting plan worked out. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, and he was really excited. Chapter 1675. Stage 2 Ultimate Real God. Chapter 1675. Stage 2 Ultimate Real God. As he was trapped within the standalone space due to the star demons, he naturally needed to find a way to leave. However, Jian Wushuang was dissatisfied with relying on himself to accumulate divine power by training for many years. Hence, he had to hunt down the star demons and get their demon cores. However, there were too many star demons, and they were extremely powerful. Thus, it would not work if he were to use normal hunting techniques. Therefore, Jian Wushuang drafted a plan to hunt them. Frankly speaking, the plan was very simple. He would use the first move, split the heaven seal of the Mountain River Map's 9 province seal, and do his best to kill the star demons. As he currently had a great amount of divine power, when he unleashed the split the heaven seal with his full power, the power that it brought forth would be so powerful that it would make him rank at the front of the real God ranking list. When such an attack was used as a large range attack, it would be able to kill a great number of star demons. Moreover, this had been proven to be true. Within a range of tens of thousands of miles, among the thousands of star demons with unequal abilities, apart from the 3 crimson star demons, which were the strongest, all the other star demons were exterminated by the split the heaven seal. After killing them, Jian Wushuang made his move with lightning speed, and in a short amount of time, he would do his best to collect as many demon cores as possible. When the other star demons finally reacted and headed toward him, he would run back to the standalone space immediately. As long as he escaped into the standalone space, the star demons would not be able to do anything against him. Everything happened as Jian Wushuang had expected. If there were something that he felt was a pity, it would be that he only had 2 breaths' time, and it was too short. Hence, he did not manage to collect a lot of demon cores. The number of demon cores he collected was probably less than 1/4 of what was available. It should be known that when Jian Wushuang had used the split the heavens seal moments ago, he had killed thousands of star demons in one go. Even though he did not manage to collect 1/4 of what was available, he had still managed to collect more than 300 demon cores. After returning to the Crystal Palace, Jian Wushuang sat down with his legs crossed in a big palace immediately. With that, he started to do an inventory check on the number of demon cores that he had collected within the 2 breaths' time. 8 grade, 3 green demon cores. 21 normal grade, 3 demon cores. 52 grade, 2 demon cores. The type of demon core that I have the most is the grade 1 demon core with a total of 234 of them. By adding all the demon cores together, I will have a total of 322 demon cores. Haha. After checking his inventory, Jian Wushuang was pleasantly surprised at the results. It should be known that the number of demon cores that real God Z had obtained after traveling in the core region of the 8th layer for thousands of years was comparable to what he had at that moment. Moreover, in terms of quality, real God Z's demon cores were inferior to his. With only 1 extermination, his gains were greater than real God Z's, who had traveled in the core region of the 8th layer for thousands of years. Previously, after absorbing real God Z's demon cores, I was about to form the 7th ultimate divine power water droplet. And now, if I absorb all these demon cores, I will definitely be able to form the 7th ultimate divine power water droplet, and even the 8th droplet as well. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing brilliantly. Let's begin. Without much delay, Jian Wushuang started to absorb the pure power within the demon cores with great concentration. At the same time as Jian Wushuang was absorbing the power of the demon cores, Lord Longqi's eyes, which were glowing with a special light, were looking at Jian Wushuang from somewhere within the Crystal Palace. Although he had been staying within the standalone space, he still paid attention to everything that had happened in the outside world moments ago. This little kid, previously, I could tell that he possessed a special treasure that even I was able to detect, and it was as I had expected. However, I did not expect the treasure that he possessed to actually be the mountain river map. During the battle back then, the mountain river map should have been torn into pieces, and it was seriously damaged. However, when the little kid took it out, the mountain river map has been patched up completely. Who is the person who patched it up? Longqi was filled with doubts. He was certain how badly damaged the mountain river map had been after the battle back then. Thus, he also knew how difficult it was to patch it up. However, at that moment, Jian Wushuang took out a mountain river map which was completely intact. No matter who is the person who patched it up, since this little kid has the mountain river map, this means that he is indeed very closely related to the 7-star black sect that Master is in. Hence, I absolutely cannot let such a little kid die here. As Longqi murmured to himself, his voice could be heard for a long time in the palace. In a flash, another 10 years passed. Once again, Jian Wushuang had finished absorbing the pure power from the demon cores that he had obtained. As for the ultimate divine power water droplet in his body, the 7th droplet had formed as he wished, and he was also very close to forming the 8th droplet. Read more chapter on Novel Full. This is exactly as I thought. I am already very close to forming the 8th ultimate divine power water droplet. Next time to continue. Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed brilliantly. After that, he began his second hunt. In a split second, Jian Wushuang returned to the Crystal Palace again. It was the same hunting technique as before, although Jian Wushuang did not obtain as many demon cores as before. He still obtained more than 280 of them. Once again, Jian Wushuang started to absorb the pure power within the demon cores. Just like that, Jian Wushuang repeated the cycle of hunting and absorbing. Although every hunt was extremely risky, Jian Wushuang's luck was considered not too bad. After many rounds of hunting, he obtained an innumerable number of demon cores. By absorbing these demon cores, they became the ultimate divine power in his body. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, 60 years had passed. During the 60 years, Jian Wushuang went on a hunt 5 times. Although he got his way all 5 times, The number of demon cores that he obtained decreased with every hunt. After all, although there were many star demons near the river, they were unable to withstand his repeated massacre. Thus, their numbers naturally decreased. At that moment, when Jian Wushuang went out for a hunt, he could at most obtain over 100 demon cores on each hunt. Although there were fewer demon cores, it was still enough for Jian Wushuang. Within the Crystal Palace, Jian Wushuang was sitting down alone with his legs crossed, and he was slowly absorbing the pure power from a grade 3 green demon core in his hands. As he absorbed the pure power, the ultimate divine power in his body continued to rise. Moreover, at the start, his ultimate divine power was gathering madly. However, in the end, it formed a new ultimate divine power water droplet. At the moment that the ultimate divine power water droplet was formed, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes fiercely and stopped absorbing the demon core immediately. The 10th ultimate divine power water droplet has been formed. Jian Wushuang was over the moon. At that moment, there was a total of 10 ultimate divine power water droplets floating in his body, quietly. When they were linked together, they formed a complete circle. Straight away after that, Buzz Jian Wushuang's body shook violently. At that moment, his body and his ultimate divine power started to undergo a transformation. Such a transformation was purely a transformation in terms of quality, where the divine power and body would rise to a new level. The transformation process was not complicated, and the time that it took was not very long either. After just a short while, the transformation was complete. As for Jian Wushuang, by just clenching both his fists tightly, frightening power burst forth abruptly and crushed the void easily. I have achieved Stage 2 Ultimate Real God. Chapter 1676. Soul Attack Divine Weapon. Chapter 1676. Soul Attack Divine Weapon. Stage 2 Ultimate Real God was equal to an eternal real God of an ordinary cultivator. However, the distance was vast. A Stage 1 Ultimate Real God himself, Jian Wushuang's divine power and divine body was at the level of chaotic real God. Then he reached Stage 2, and his divine power and divine body instantly jumped to almighty level. It was almighty, an existence on the top of the pyramid in eternal chaotic world. This is the power that an almighty possesses. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and felt the strength in his hand. He wasn't sure how much stronger it was compared to his strength before. Strong, unbelievably strong. No wonder the Almighties could be high above. Merely the divine power and divine body itself is far beyond a chaotic, real God. Jian Wushuang sighed. Of course, he was only at Stage 2. Hence, his divine power and divine body was only the first level among the Almighties. The Almighties were also segregated into 3 different levels. The 3 levels had their own names. The first level was called Sir God. The second level was called Emperor God. The third level, also the highest level in eternal chaotic world, was Great Emperor. Among the 3 levels of Almighties, Sir God was naturally the most common, followed by Emperor God, and Great Emperor was the rarest. Like the owner of Sky Sword Mountain, Gutong King and Gui King, the 2 7-star ancient gods were Sir God level. The Star Palace Master, Luo Zhen King and Guyu King, the 2 8-star ancient gods were Emperor God level. As for Great Emperor, Jian Wushuang had yet to see one, but he knew of Purple Moon Emperor, the master of Purple Moon Sanctuary. Of course, Purple Moon Sanctuary had a super-existence of a great emperor. Jian Wushuang believed that the other sanctuaries should have super-existences of great emperor level as well. However, including the entire Sanctuary Alliance, experts who were of great emperor level were definitely extremely few. Jian Wushuang's divine power and divine body then was at the level of an ordinary Sir God. Divine power and divine body are considerable. Compared to an ordinary Sir God, my disadvantage should be in comprehension of power of Heaven Way. If my comprehension of power of Heaven Way reaches the standard of the 7th level in Doctrine Palace, I could totally fight against an ordinary almighty, Jian Wushuang muttered, and he was filled with excitement. Just then, vroom, a shadow suddenly appeared next to Jian Wushuang. Lord Long Qi, Jian Wushuang bowed politely. You broke through. Long Qi stared at Jian Wushuang. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. From pure yang initial success stage to great achievement stage, although it is just a small breakthrough, your divine power and divine body went through such a drastic change. Your cultivation methods are quite unusual. Even I have never seen such method. Real God Long Qi's voice was calm. Pure yang initial success stage to great achievement stage that he had mentioned was actually referring to void real God turning into eternal real God. It was just that the way eternal chaotic world and ancient times referred to realms differently. I am an inverse cultivator, so my method is different, Jian Wushuang smiled. Inverse cultivator? I have never heard of it. Long Qi shook his head. There were no inverse cultivators back in ancient times. Don't bother about that. Young man, I suddenly recalled that there is something that you might be able to use, Long Qi suddenly said. At the same time, there was an item that popped into his hand. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the item in Long Qi's hand. It was a dark gold rod. The dark gold rod was long but extremely thin. Under normal circumstances, an expert who was good with rods wouldn't opt for a thin, long rod to be his weapon. Lord Long Qi, this is? Jian Wushuang looked confused. The dark gold rod was probably unsuitable for an expert who was good at rods, while Jian Wushuang was a sword cultivator. A rod wouldn't be of any use to him. This is Hong Jun Divine Rod. Of course it is imitated, Long Qi said. An imitated divine weapon. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Hong Jun Divine Rod wasn't an attack divine weapon, but a soul attack divine weapon. Long Qi glanced at Jian Wushuang and threw the dark gold rod at Jian Wushuang at the same time. Jian Wushuang caught the rod automatically. He originally thought such a thin, dark gold rod shouldn't carry much weight, so he caught it with one hand. However, the moment he caught the dark gold rod, an unprecedented strength pressed onto his hand, and his palm instantly bent from the sudden pressure. His body too grew heavy, and he quickly extended his other hand. Using two hands at the same time, Jian Wushuang held the dark gold rod with difficulty. So heavy, too heavy. My divine power is at the level of an almighty. In the end, I still find it strenuous to carry the rod with two hands. Jian Wushuang found it unbelievable. Just how strong was an almighty's divine power? Forget about the rod, he could break or lift up 100 million gene mountain easily. But then the dark gold rod in his hand made him feel heavy and strained. Soul attack divine weapon? In other words, the rod was driven with soul power? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, you can give it a try now, Long Qi said. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate and instantly let his boundless soul power flow out to cover the dark gold rod. Then, Jian Wushuang slowly hit his palms and let his soul power carry the dark gold rod. He let it float in the air in silence. It's still very heavy, Jian Wushuang muttered. His soul power already reached the level of a chaotic real god. However, it was still strenuous to carry the dark gold rod before him. It was difficult to even carry it up. It would be total extravagant hope to manipulate the dark gold rod to kill his enemy. You try to control Hong Jun Divine Rod to move forward and see how far it can go, Long Qi said. Jian Wushuang nodded and did as what Long Qi had instructed to control the dark gold rod to move forward. However, even though he gave his all, the dark gold rod was still trembling in balance and traveling at an extremely slow speed. After a while, the dark gold rod only traveled forward for 100 meters, and the moment it reached 100 meters, bang, The dark gold rod directly landed on the crystal ground below and made a tremendous noise. Luckily, the material of the crystal palace was unusual. Otherwise, with the weight of the dark gold rod, it could easily break the crystal ground. The further the distance of soul power, the more difficult it becomes to control it. My current limit is only to control Hong Jun Divine Rod to travel for 100 meters, Jian Wushuang said bitterly. 100 meters, barely. Long Qi muttered and waved his hand. Before Jian Wushuang, there was instantly a miniature gold turtle. Chapter 1677, Familiarization Training. Chapter 1677, Familiarization Training. This is... Jian Wushuang looked at the palm-sized golden dragon turtle with surprise. This is a gadget that I made. After explaining, Long Qi pointed in 4 different directions. With that, light beams rose from the 4 corners and became a seal instantly. The range that such a seal covered was not big, and it could only cover less than 1/3 of the big palace that Jian Wushuang was in. At the same time, another circular seal appeared around Jian Wushuang and covered him. From today, you will stay inside this circular seal and practice manipulation of the Hong Jun Divine Rod. You can only leave this seal when you are able to destroy the little gadget that I have made, Long Qi said. You want me to manipulate the Hong Jun Divine Rod to destroy this small dragon turtle. Jian Wushuang was stunned. However, he understood in the next moment that Long Qi wanted him to practice the control of the Long Jun Divine Rod so that he would become more proficient in it. With a wave of Long Qi's hands, the Hong Jun Divine Rod flew in front of Jian Wushuang. You may begin. After speaking, Long Qi disappeared. In the whole palace, only Jian Wushuang and the palm-sized golden dragon turtle remained. However, they were within 2 different seals. Let me have a try. Although Jian Wushuang did not understand Long Qi's intentions, he still followed Long Qi's instructions and started to practice using the Hong Jun Divine Rod. Buzz, under the control of Jian Wushuang's soul power, the tottering Hong Jun Divine Rod started to move. However, its speed of movement was so slow that it was pathetic. When Jian Wushuang finally managed to control the Hong Jun Divine Rod to move behind the golden dragon turtle, the golden dragon turtle realized its presence. Upon realizing the Hong Jun Divine Rod's presence, its 4 legs moved at the same time, and it moved more than 200 meters away instantly. This speed! Jian Wushuang opened his eyes wide. The speed of the golden dragon turtle was not very fast. At the very least, it was considered very slow in Jian Wushuang's eyes. If not for Jian Wushuang being unable to leave the circular seal around him, he would be able to catch the golden dragon turtle easily by taking 1 step. However, no matter how slow the golden dragon turtle's speed was, it was still a lot faster than the Hong Jun Divine Rod's movement, which was controlled by Jian Wushuang's soul power. It was at least 10 times faster. I should take it slow. I have only just begun to control the Hong Jun Divine Rod, and I am not proficient in it. As such, its speed is slow. After I have become proficient in controlling it, its speed will definitely rise. In addition, the heavy weight of the Hong Jun Divine Rod will serve as training for my soul power. As long as my soul power becomes more powerful, it will naturally become easier for me to control the Hong Jun Divine Rod. Jian Wushuang was not discouraged. Instead, he continued to familiarize himself with controlling the Hong Jun Divine Rod. The fact was indeed as Jian Wushuang had expected. At the start, it was indeed very difficult for him to control the Hong Jun Divine Rod. The speed of movement of the Hong Jun Divine Rod was extremely slow, and the Hong Jun Divine Rod also shook while moving. However, as Jian Wushuang continued to practice controlling the Hong Jun Divine Rod, he became more proficient in it. At the very least, the Hong Jun Divine Rod was stable when it was moving. Next, Jian Wushuang needed to think of a way to increase the speed of movement of the Hong Jun Divine Rod. Time passed. Jian Wushuang stayed within the big palace and practiced controlling the Hong June divine rod repeatedly. As he practiced controlling, he gradually got used to the weight of the Hong June divine rod. Putting it another way, it could also be said that his soul power had increased under the heavy pressure of the Hong June divine rod. In just a short 3 years' time, Jian Wushuang could control the Hong June divine rod stably. After that, another 11 years passed. In addition to the 3 years that he had used back then, he had used a total of 14 years. Within the big palace, swoosh! The golden dragon turtle's 4 legs were crawling madly, and it was moving around the 1,000-meter range that the seal covered. Moreover, a long, dark golden tail was following behind the golden dragon turtle, and it was moving at a slightly faster speed. Although the speed was only a slight bit faster that was not even worth mentioning, it still closed the distance between the two of them. Finally, be destroyed! After a cry from Jian Wushuang, the dark golden Hong June divine rod finally caught up with the golden dragon turtle, and it smashed the golden dragon turtle into pieces straight away. I have succeeded. Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened up, and his face was filled with happiness. Buzz Longqi's body appeared beside him quickly. After taking a glance at the golden dragon turtle which had been destroyed, he nodded his head. You have only used 14 years to achieve this stage. You are not too bad. After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang gasped. Although it was only 14 years, he was certain how difficult the process had been during the 14 years. As the Hong June divine rod was too heavy, it gave him a lot of pain when it exerted its pressure on his soul power. At present, Jian Wushuang still felt that it was a bit taxing on him to control the Hong June divine rod. Lord Longqi, why did you make me familiarize myself with controlling the Hong June divine rod for the past 14 years? Could it be that you wish for me to control the Hong June divine rod to kill my foes in the future? Wouldn't that be too difficult for me? Jian Wushuang questioned with a frown. The Hong June divine rod was special. Jian Wushuang could also feel that the power of the Hong June divine rod was frightening. However, it was really too heavy. Although Jian Wushuang had familiarized himself with controlling the Hong June divine rod for 14 years with great concentration, he could only barely control the Hong June divine rod to catch up with the golden dragon turtle. However, the speed of movement of the Hong June divine rod was still extremely slow, to the point that it was equivalent to a snail in the eyes of universe gods. Even though such an attack technique had shocking power, it would still be useless as its speed was too slow and it would be impossible to even touch the enemies. Even if my soul power were to make a huge breakthrough in the future to achieve the level of an almighty, I would probably still be unable to control the Hong June divine rod to fight, Jian Wushuang said. Longqi naturally understood Jian Wushuang. With a wave of his hands, he kept the Hong June divine rod and his eyes looked down at Jian Wushuang. I merely lent you the Hong June divine rod for you to familiarize yourself with controlling it. As for what I really want to give you, it's this. With a flip of his hands, a sword-type weapon which had an extremely peculiar shape appeared in front of Jian Wushuang at once. A sword! Jian Wushuang's eyes moved. What Longqi had taken out was indeed a sword. However, the sword was strange. The whole sword was completely gold in color, and its length was 4 Chinese feet. However, the most important thing was that there was no handle. That's right. The sword only had a sword blade and no sword handle. Its 2 ends were extremely sharp and their edges were glowing with a cold light. Similarly, the blade of the sword was very thin, just like the Hong June divine rod from before. This is the Hong June golden sword. Of course, it is only an imitation. As for its use, it is similar to the Hong June divine rod. Since you have already learnt how to control the Hong June divine rod, you can now try to control the Hong June golden sword. Longqi tossed the Hong June golden sword toward Jian Wushuang. With the experience of catching the Hong June divine rod from before, Jian Wushuang had learned to be smart, and he caught the Hong June golden sword with both his hands at the same time. However, when he caught the Hong June golden sword, his expression changed.